Good morning, time 5:09, no doubt about it. Waving at you. Is going to grow, sure enough. Yeah, yesterday. My yard and man from he came and cut it today. Wait a minute, I was just on that again, sir?
I guess traffic's moving normally out there. I have not heard otherwise.
that? Something wrong, just say it again.
Well, I know today, right now, it's the time to get out there and mow, but I just don't want to.
I hear you, it's been hot as hell.
Yeah, I'll go down there with you.
I'll do it like yesterday, wait until the hottest part of the day and then mow. Still got the front yard to do.
Go home every day.
Yeah, I had a neighbor of mine, hired him to move these limbs at OG&E, left up there across my yard, moved them down to the curb, and he was letting me mow that spot that was underneath. I'm like, yeah, go ahead. Should I come home and the whole goddamn yard been mowed?
Roger.
Hey, damn good neighbor, I make sure I take care of him on things too.
Roger. Yeah, good neighbors are becoming, rare.
Yeah. Well, the 20 years he's lived there, we've always kind of stood in for each other. Because like here last month, he was, man, I'm going to see about finding some of them handrails like you got on your porch. He said, because my mother-in-law has a hard time getting up and down the stairs. And I'm like, okay. And so, hell, we're always doing shit for one another, so I just ordered him a set, and he goes, what owe you? I said, don't worry about it. When they get here, I'll come walk you through putting them in. And I sat there with him and illustrated what he had to do, and he got them put in.
Roger that.
His wife sending me a thank you note, and I told her, I said, no, I said, that was a thank you to y'all, hell, that's what we do.
I bet they might even send over maybe maybe, I don't know, cookies or something, maybe a cake.
No, hell, they've been there long enough. I've pretty well seen their kids grow up over there. The oldest daughter, she's 28 now, and one son's 22, and the other one just turned 21.
Roger. And you remember them ever since they were little children?
Oh, yeah. Hell, the daughter, she comes over every once in a while and bullshits around and everything, and I was making pork rinds one day. She was like, "Ooh, them look good." And I said, "You want some?" She was, "Yeah." So I made her a bag of them. Shit, she was in love with them. I've got bought 3 great big boxes of the smoked pork rind deals. You have to cook them yourself. But man, it was a damn good buy. 20-pound boxes for $10.
Yeah, wow.
So I've got 2.5 5-gallon buckets full of pork rinds just still to cook.
Roger. I have tasted them. I've tried them out a few times.
Oh, these are a lot better than that shit you buy in a bag.
Roger that. Well, that's good.
Because these are smoked. Because what they do is they dehydrate them, and then you throw them down in hot oil, and they'll puff up, and that's how they turn like they look. These are anyway. I've been saying for about 3 days I'm gonna make some more of them. Cause I hadn't made any in a while. And shit, I still ain't made none. Yeah, you can sprinkle different shit on them. I don't salt mine after I make them. I'll fry them out in that hot oil and then put them over on a drain sheet deal so that everything will drain. And hell, I might put some garlic powder on them, a little pepper or onion powder or some shit like that. Maybe a little chili powder, something to kind of give them a little flavor other than the normal flavor. I went back out there after I bought them 3 boxes, and I told old boy, I said, "Man, y'all got any more of them? I was going to buy some." He said, "I had about 10 cases left," and he goes, "and I'd had it here for a while." He said, "I just took them." He said, "If I have something like that, and I got fresh stuff coming in, I got to make room for it." He said, "I'll put it out there at the dumpster." He said, "I put it out there Wednesday." He said, "I come Thursday morning, it was all gone." I'm like, "Dude, you need to call me when that shit like that." He just looked at me funny and walked off.
Oh man, you just made everybody hungry talking about the pork rinds.
I know, I'll be in there finding myself sitting up on the kitchen stool frying pork rinds. Drag him through some guacamole. Oh my God. Talking about them like that now, this got to go down today. I got to make a bowl full of them. But I'm sure Alyssa will be over. "Well, where's mine?" And they've all turned into being real good kids. Them boys at first, man, we thought they was going to be neighborhood heathens, but cause they were some rowdy little bastards like Cain and Abel. But shit, they're pretty well collected. They all hold a job. The oldest girl, well, the oldest one, that girl, hell, she done bought her 3rd automobile. You know, she fucking works her ass off. You should do, look. Actually, she turned around and gave her dad a Honda Pilot. She bought it and gave it to him.
Come on. You could walk faster, get there, sooner.
30 miles.
First, she had a 10-gen Ford pickup, and it blew a spark plug, and the guy at the shop said, oh, well, it fucked up the whole engine. Like it.
I guess nobody else has a CB out there. That's the first I've heard about traffic all jammed up, but I'm not surprised it is.
Then she turned and went and bought this little Ford Focus, or whatever it is she got now, and she loves the shit out of that, so she gave the Honda to her dad.
People talk on it.
Roger.
Talking on the CB radio.
My mind is causing a traffic jam. Is that why I'm always listening for important truck driver information?
Back man down there at the back of the picture at the boat.
You reach out, hurt me, I can't. 65 down, drive down. I hate a mountain motherfucker.
Motherfuckers trying to go up. What kind of shit is this?
That's a road rage incubator out there.
Motherfuckers getting off from all the fucking exits just to go around you. What kind of shit? There's some inconsiderate motherfuckers nowadays.
I'm not gonna risk my life on a service road.
Now the traffic came to a fucking standstill, and then these motherfuckers behind us get off like they're getting off on 27th Street, and then they just go around and get back on the interstate. And squeeze in fucking in traffic. Want you to let them in front of them, shit.
Need to just buy a helicopter. No traffic.
By the way, good morning out there, CB people. No wizard city, standing by.
No doubt about it. Good morning.
Waving a hand, Wizard.
I just give her a little money. I'll make it feel good. She put a 5 on you. I don't want to tell that so bad, but I want to hurt her good.
Morning, Mr. Wizard in the mobile.
I don't know how you think you want to live.
I ain't no mobile. I'm in my garage. I'm gonna be here a little bit. I gotta run up to St. Anthony's in a little while.
Uh-oh. Hope everything's all right.
Well, we're gonna find out. I hope they don't have to call Bubba's Plumbing and roto-root me. The old age of prostate crap. Hopefully they don't call the plumber and bring one of them drain snakes. I don't know. They said they might have some pills I could take or something. Get over it.
Well, hi, Joe. Yeah, you drinking plenty of water?
I drink 2 gallons of coffee a day.
Well, that's got water in it.
2 gallons.
Well, it's not 12. I'm surprised to hear you this late. Usually you're done at work.
Yeah, I got an appointment today. You know how it is. You make an appointment, 7 to 8 months later, you get in to go see a doctor. And then all they do is ask you all these same questions, you know, well, how's your heart rate, and blah, 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 have you ever had this, that, and you allergic to anything, and then sit in a little room, wait for another 2 hours, and a doctor will come in and say, well, we're going to try this, that, that. We need you to come back in 8 more months, and then we'll give you something for it.
We want that copay.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, I made this appointment 7 months ago, just now getting in to see a doctor. I mean, that's just terrible.
They get all them copays they can.
You got that right. Well, they bounced me around like a pinball to about 5 other places, and then they sent me, finally, said, well, we're going to see if we can get you a referral to a specialist or something. After, I don't know, I paid probably $800 in copays.
You get a copay, you get a copay, you get a copay.
Yeah, then to top it all off, when I got hit over and went my boat, got across the highway, got it all settled and done, and I got a bill for $2 grand or so for an MRI that I had almost a year and a half ago.
Damn. Don't you got insurance?
Yeah, I got insurance, and the legal team sent out a letter that said, if you got any outstanding bills or whatever, you got 30 days to let us know to have it covered, because we're closing this deal down. They all got the letter, and these idiots sent it. It came last week in the mail. I'm like, okay, what the heck?
Yeah, what's going on? They fired my doctor, so I got another one.
Asshole Black Peter Belt.
Oh, you didn't try to do it.
Oh, no.
These little doctor offices, they ain't making it. For some reason, they're always full, but they just ain't making it. I don't know, rent's too high or what.
Well, I'd drive down the street, go to the clinic, walk in there. I've been there before. Gotta show them my ID and my insurance card. Pay my $50 copay. And within about 30 minutes to an hour, depending on how busy they are, boom, I'm in there. They, got a cold or flu or whatever. They give me a script, and out I go. Head to Walgreens, get it filled, I'm out of there. But to go see a regular MD, yeah, hope you ain't dying, because it's going to be 8 months to a year before you see one.
None of the doctors don't know how to live within their budget. Buying all these fancy ass cars and houses and shit. What funny. Who's that dipshit telling me shut the fuck up?
It looked like you were on the back.
I've heard a lot of people are moving out of the country just because of the medical care and how much it costs, and get much cheaper medical insurance in other countries, but obviously there might be other problems.
Well, in Germany, they have what they call socialized medicine. And every 3 months, you got to go get a checkup. And what they figured out is preventative medicine saves everybody money because they check you every 3 months and they cut down on any, major problems you might come up with.
Roger that. Probably, yeah, that too.
Good morning, everybody out there in Radio Land. And this is station NNOT broadcasting to you atop beautiful Booger Hill. This is old Hank. Y'all hang on, I'm going to pick you a few. What the hell did he just say? Try turning down the reverb a little and do that again.
Up on Booger Hill, gonna pick a few and pick a...
Good morning, neighbor. Roger. Morning. Everybody in Radio Land. This is station SNOT broadcasting to you atop beautiful Booger Hill. This is old Hank. Y'all hang on, I'm gonna pick you a few. Yeehaw. Okay. Say that 3 times fast. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Good morning to you. Hey, do me a favor. Send me a picture of the owner's manual on that 555 or 5555. I forgot what it even looks like. I already sent you a copy of that. What happened? Oh, did you? I didn't see it. I just want a picture of the handbook, the owner's manual. Not the inside of it, how to do this, that, or the other. Okay, you want the front cover of it. Okay, gotcha. I'll do that. There we go. I knew I was on the right track. I derailed there a little bit, but I forgot what it looks like. Because I'm liable to look at it and not even know it. Yeah, I'll get that out to you in a few minutes. Let me drink my coffee first and wait
I'll do that for you.
Good morning, Scorpio.
Good morning, Charlie Delta. Hope you're having a good Taco Tuesday, and you 102 as well.
Well, Joe, it's gonna get too stinking hot. It'll look like there's a leaf moving outside.
I know you're right. I think it's supposed to be, 102 today, and same high temperature next few days.
I think we hit uppers on one of them. I think they're calling for 103 today. But I'm ready for the snow to fly.
Roger. Well, on Channel 9, I thought they was predicting 102 for the next few days, high temperature, but whatever. Up there too high.
Way too high. Yep. Yeah, they said it's going to cool down to 96 or 97 by the weekend. I didn't get out yesterday. Well, no, I told a lie. I cut half of my front lawn. Oh, yeah. And I don't think I'm going to cut the other half today. I'm staying right.
Roger. I mowed my backyard and side yard, and plan on mowing the front yard today.
I'd be out there whacking if I was you.
Man, I saw you heading up this way yesterday. I haven't been up there. Buy you a goat, sit on the front porch and watch you mow in the shade.
I was with you, my brother.
Good morning, Buffalo.
Delta. Sounding good, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I should drop it off if you wanted to. Yeah, they ain't glad to have that conversation. That would neither one of us.
Yeah. Somewhere you can rent a goat. I shall.
They mow and weed eat all at one time and even fertilize your yard. I mean, how can you go wrong with that?
They even trim your trees up to hide the goat in.
I know I'm getting me some. I ain't gonna mow 3.5 acres out there in the woods.
Have a whole herd of goats.
May have to get me a lariat and become a goat roper.
Tuck your pants legs down in your boots.
They grow me a goatee so they'll know to follow me when it's time to go back in the pen.
A long time ago, I remember somebody had a herd of goats, and they were always getting out.
Well, I'm gonna get me an electrified fence, and it'll have a low voltage one on the inside and a pretty high voltage one on the outside. One to keep the goats in and one to keep prying weird people out of my place.
Good morning. In the worldwide no-kill mobile with no squeak.
Scorpio, are you mobile?
Negative. Not right now.
Oh, well, that was somebody, was that the Rocky Mobile?
Yeah, I'm standing by. guess everybody knows, Sean found him a base antenna, but it wasn't an IMAX. Turned out to be just a A99, but he said it works.
Hell yeah, as long as it works, right?
Roger that.
Charlie Delta, I'm fixing to send you that picture.
Yes, sir. You got it. For 20 years, I've had bears in my backyard. I've walked out of the morning. This is great.
Go ahead, 102. Yeah, I'm fixing to send that picture. Give me just a second. No, man, go ahead and send it.
I'll be in my ass by myself.
Mr. Wizard, fast nowhere.
He'll show you what it's coming. I've already told him, like, he's coming with us.
Boston?
Want your blood?
Nah, they don't want none of my blood. They just want to get a copay, I guess, tell me to come back.
Yeah, all right.
Now, that's the first time I'm going to see this guy. They referred me up there. But, I mean, it's basically go up there and then blah, 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 fill out all that same paperwork, million pages of crap. Yet, your family had any heart problems, same old stuff. You know, a million times. I've been going to doctors since that head-on crash in 2004. Nothing's changed. Same old stuff. Same hospital network, but they make you fill it out every dang time.
Yeah, just in case something changed.
Okay, Charlie Delta, you got it.
Do the same thing. New doctor got to tell them the same thing over and over. But I got a list of all my meds on my phone. Pull my phone out, but there it is. That's what I take.
What? Go straight. You got homophobe. Believing my lies and being told is all that is. Fucking around with that motherfucker is the best thing to do. You'll wake up one day when it's too late, and I'm gonna stay here and laugh at you stupid ass. I don't give a fuck what they call you, call you shit.
Yeah, about it, Buffalo.
You coward motherfucker.
You're like a damn 500-pound goat.
Thank you, 102. That'll help me find that book. I thought it was a different color, but it's white. And I only have half a gazillion pieces of white paper.
Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, you're welcome.
The number one, Ichiban. Ichiwa. It's All or Nothing on Channel 19. That's right.
There's that great DX and Honda Spirit. Gravitational ricochet radio.
Good morning, Plowboy. What's new and exciting, man? Always good to hear you out there. Roger. Well, somebody else out there on the CB, I think they were headed up to the doctor's office. I hope you have a good dice roll on that. No long lines or anything, and you can get processed pretty fast.
Roger. That's always the hope, but it don't happen very often.
I know you're right. I've encountered that kind of thing. It's very frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we got to get them re-educated.
Thinking about going on the border and getting me some fajita.
Roger, well, okay. Sounds good. I mean, yeah, it's Taco Tuesday and everything. Perfect day for it.
It is Taco Tuesday.
That settles it. Everybody's heading right there. On the border, did you say?
On the border.
Yep, I guess lettuce farmers nowadays got that black eye.
Mexican lettuce farmers down there.
Roger that.
California. I don't know where they grow all the lettuce at.
To be honest with you, I'm not certain if it mostly comes from California or Mexico or where.
Yeah, they said Mexico.
Roger. Mexico, you're there.
Yeah, that's what I was guessing. Spray it with all them insecticides and still don't kill all them bugs.
Yeah, they're becoming stronger, aren't they? More resistant.
Got a radio friend over at Duncan. He come up with some kind of parasite. Messed his guts up pretty good. He's still trying to get over it. They got it killed out, but it sure tore his guts up.
Damn it, I hope he recovers from that.
Roger.
Hope he doesn't have an ulcer now.
He said it still hurts him when he gets on that cigarette cover and puts it in overdrive.
Roger that.
I hope you have a good day, Scorpio. We'll holler at you on the way back through, maybe directly at the wild a little bit. Okie doke.
Have a good ride out there, Plowboy, and your wife. Hope you guys get your mission accomplished. I'm back quiet.
Okay, Viva la Trump. El Conquistador. 10-4.
That's what I'm talking about. Viva la Trump, no doubt.
How about it, Scorpio?
Go ahead, 102.
Hey, the audio on this sound okay to you?
Well, your audio sounds good and clear. Maybe not quite as loud as normal.
Yeah, 10-4.
Sounds good. Earlier when you had the echo, to me, you sounded good.
Yeah, 10-4, no doubt. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry, I keyed with you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Scorpio.
Yeah, there you are, back to normal.
Yeah, 10-4.
Sound good, 102. You sound so good, I almost see your face in the meter.
Well, I appreciate that, no doubt. Yeah, it's doing real good on the meter over here, too.
Roger, Doc.
Yeah, I was just curious of the loudness of it, though. That's what I was looking for.
It sounds pretty close to perfect.
Okay, 10-4. Sound like myself again, huh?
No doubt.
That's kind of a scary thought.
Hello? No doubt about it.
Yeah, I guess this coming weekend I'm going to be busy doing that antenna.
Oh, Gizmachi, or what was it?
Yeah, I'm thinking about putting it up.
Roger. And how high it's from the ground up to the boom?
It'll be a total of 49 feet from the ground to the tip.
Roger that, okay. 49 feet to the top of it, all right.
Yep, from the ground to the very tip, about 49 feet. Get you a big bag of M&Ms and eat all the blue ones, and you can get it up easier.
Brings back memories of eating M&Ms.
Yeah, I can buy a cherry picker right now for $24,000, but I don't want to spend that kind of money just to use it one time.
Exactly. And to rent one, I'm afraid to even guess how much that would be.
You got on that can work?
Sure would help, though. I'll be starting on that this weekend. Probably won't be done until like Monday or Tuesday, though. I'm doing it slow. Make sure it's done right, you know. Scorpio, I may not put it up quite that high, but the tower's 30 feet. So I'm looking at roughly, 35 to 37 feet just from the tower.
Looks like that, yeah. Well, that's plenty high, you know that, and so are you going to have a hinge plate, or what are you going to do there?
Say that again?
Are you going to use a hinge plate, or how are you going to handle that?
I'm not really sure yet. That's why I said I want to take it slow, because I'm still not too sure exactly how to do it, but I'm going to work on it.
Roger. Yeah, it's, as you know, I mean, it's simple to put a pantron up on a short pole, and then you think, well, I'll just upgrade and put something bigger up in the air, and of course we both know that turns into quite an effort in a hurry.
Yeah, the bigger in the antenna, the bigger the problem
doubt about it. Yeah, I've worked for a good while on this antenna tower project of mine before I was able to crank anything in the air, but I'm glad I did it the way I did it.
Yeah, I could go all the way up to 50 feet, but yeah, that's kind of a hassle to do that, though.
Roger that, yeah. Yeah, it surely would be much more trouble. And on the subject of base antennas, maybe you heard me say earlier, Sean found him a base antenna. I told him about one that, I thought was an IMAX. He said it turned out to be an A99, but he got it and it works.
Well, Anton's a good antenna. It's a no-fuss antenna. You just throw it up and go,
Exactly. And I guess IMAX about the same, only longer, Roger, but I'm glad he got that Antron.
Yeah, 10-4.
25, shut down.
On your guy lines, I'm sure you'll use guy lines. I recommend that you absolutely use guy lines that do not have the plastic cover on them. That'll trap moisture and cause them to rust. And of course, they need to be galvanized. This last time I went with 3/16 galvanized, cable for my guy lines. Like I say, no plastic cover on it.
Yeah, that's the kind I got.
Roger, that'll last you a long time.
That's the whole idea, just putting it up and forgetting about it,
Exactly. Somebody was calling me, waving a hand.
There you are.
Yeah, 244.
Good morning, 244. It's good to hear you out there.
Damn, I don't hear him at all.
I don't hear him real well, but yesterday he sounded better. The Gunslinger, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
I hope you're feeling better.
All I can say right now is I'm here.
Roger that.
Scorpio, is he down in his cubbyhole?
I guess so. I guess you're parked in your standard spot, aren't you, Gunslinger?
Yeah, pretty close.
Roger. Yeah, I guess you heard 102's talk about being unable to hear you very well.
Don't hear him at all. Yeah, I can't hear him either.
Alright, well, I'm back out. I'll stand by.
Roger that. It's good to hear you out there, though, no doubt. Happy Taco Tuesday.
What, you got his antenna inside the house or something?
I don't know about that. I think he's just out there in the vehicle.
Normally I can hear him at least a little, but hell, this is the first time I can't hear him at all.
Roger. Well, I understand why you were thinking maybe he made a change like that. I mean, a Gunslinger, I guess you're out there in your vehicle, Roger. Roger on the smoke break.
Left yet, Mr. Wizard?
I did what?
Just making sure you ain't left yet.
Nah, I got a few hours. Waiting on the guys from work. They're supposed to swing by here. They're going up to the city, get some parts. Says I don't have a truck after that bad crash. Had some stuff up there at work. They said if they got a chance, they'd drop it off here.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Wizard.
Howdy do, 102.
Good morning, Mr. Wizard.
Good morning, Mr. Scorpio.
Hope you're having a happy Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, you don't do it.
Be sure to tell your medical staff that 747 says hi.
Well, my ex used to work with this surgeon in the emergency room up there. And I had him take a little rock out of my chest that I got when I was riding motorcycles back in my 20s. He did a really good job on getting it out. It healed up, didn't even hardly leave a scar.
Roger. Yeah, it reminds me of one time my doctor thought I had a lipoma or something on my left side. I complained about discomfort. So he did exploratory surgery and discovered that minor hernia. So we went ahead and fixed that. And likewise, there was not much of a scar left.
Well, I've been pronounced DOA 3 times in my lifetime, and that head-on crash probably should have killed me, but airbags and seatbelts saved my life on that deal. Now, I actually, 2 firemen, I stood up, made 2 steps to the gurney to get in the ambulance, survived that, back to about 90% health, a few broken bones, a broken fractured lower back and neck, and therapy in about a year or so for that. But every day I wake up and I see the sun, I just feel blessed to be here. So I say, live every day like it's your last one, because you never know what might happen.
Exactly, yeah. Another day above ground is a wonderful day. And also, you probably heard him say, what does not destroy you only makes you stronger.
That's very true.
On the right.
Right two down here for a mile before it gets up.
9 times out of 10 they don't pull over. That to that. I have no idea. Angry fucking trucker, that's all. He must be doing. He's been doing it too long. There's someone says 4 miles. There's no need to be so angry.
What's the 20 on the mad truck driver out there?
That's about the only thing. When you go in, I mean, like you're gonna tell on somebody, like we're like a radio.
On this end here.
Heck of a deal. Scorpio.
Good morning, record driver Sean. It's good to hear you out there. Well, I'm glad to sound like your base antenna's working for you.
Oh, right on. Yeah, I got it up in the air and everything.
Roger. I assume maybe you're out in the mobile right now, or maybe not.
No, I'm on the base.
Roger. Well, cool. I'm glad you were able to get it down safely. It wasn't all that close to electrical lines after all, or something?
Me and my son went over there and we took it down with no problem.
Roger, that's good. And sorry I got the facts mixed up. I thought it was an IMAX, but at least you got a working antenna.
Oh, right on, yeah. It's an old 99 what it is.
Roger that, yeah. I ran one of them for a long time.
Yeah, that's doing the job there, Sean. Sound good.
Oh, right on. That's just not very high in the air.
Roger that. I'm curious now how high up to the bottom of it.
I think it's only about 20 foot in the air.
Roger. Well, that's higher in the air than I got my IMAX. I've got the bottom of it a whole 12 feet off the ground.
Don, you sound good though. For 20 feet in the air, that ain't too bad.
Yeah, it helps to have a good strong radio going too. No doubt about it.
How far out was that guy with the Antron? Is he local or pretty far away?
I think he's over there pretty close to where the Crossroads Mall used to be. I think a little north of there.
Out east.
Well, he's making a good trip down here to near me and old Buffalo Hill, that's for sure.
Oh, right on. No doubt about it.
Yeah, you sound different though.
Same radio and microphone, everything that I ran at the other house.
Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, you sound like, well, hell, like you're talking away from your mic, you know? And,
yeah, it's probably about a foot and a half away from me, and it's a turn plus 3.
Yeah, 10-4, yeah.
Does sound good.
That's what I thought. He kind of backed away from his mic. Other than that, it sounds real good.
Like you got the band shell. That's okay.
Loaded truck coming out.
Ain't got any echo in it?
Maybe a little.
That's all I ever tried to run anyway, was just a little bit.
Roger.
I gotta go. I'll see you guys later. Yes, sir. Have a good one.
Now your house is home. That's you got your base station running.
Heck yeah, no doubt about it.
Anyway, 218, I'm waving a heavy hand.
I'm trying to remember the radio that you run right now. Seems like something a pretty good sized radio you ordered not so long ago, Roger.
Yeah, power-wise, it's not as strong as them mobiles, but, yeah, it's doing about, that's about 100 watts right there.
Roger that.
Got a Roger depot.
The old RCI 69 base plus.
Roger that on the RCI. Down in here, you're putting a good 9S units on me. I'm pointed straight north.
That's not bad, no doubt.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Start wondering if this microphone battery in it a little bit weak or something.
That reminds me, I might have to check my battery today.
Well, that Turner desk mic sounds good to me. I tend to doubt it has a weak battery, but anyway.
Oh, right on. Yeah, the main thing is there's no carpet in this house whatsoever, so my voice kind of rattles around the room.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it sounds like you're picking up that acoustics from a relatively empty room or something.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
It's all good.
Yeah, you sound like you're in an auditorium or something like that.
Roger.
Yeah, I'm over here in Jacksonville. Just parallel the damn up.
Definitely clear.
Yeah, you can get rid of all that acoustics noise in the background there. Turn down the audio and move closer to your mic. It'll cut all that out.
But that's a good signature for you anyway.
That's about as close as I can get to the microphone. I turn down the audio just a little bit.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good right there. You got a little bit more of a punch to it, you know.
Oh, right on, no doubt. The only bad thing is I'm having to hold the microphone.
It sounded quite good earlier, but that's not bad the way you are. Like 102 says, you are a little stronger.
Turn that microphone up even a little bit more and put the microphone back on the desk.
Roger. To me, that sounds quite acceptable.
Yeah, sounds good.
And a little bit of a natural echo from the room, that's not hurting anything.
There we go.
Yeah, you don't want to have a desk mic that you have to hold, that's for sure.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
I guess that's the main reason I don't like to run desk mics with this setup until I've put together a little pedestal for them to sit on.
I remember one time I was over visiting old Cowboy, and he had a Turner Plus 3 like this on his Kenwood base station, and he would just reach around and touch the microphone and talk. He didn't even look at the radio or nothing.
Cool. Yeah, it's good to have a sensitive mic like that. Somebody's crying about us on the Truck Driver Channel 19. I thought this was just a Citizen Band channel.
Yeah.
You need to reread the FCC rules and regulations. I don't think they say this is a Truck Driver Channel.
The only one that says that are the truck drivers.
Exactly. Well, I mean, just watch what's going on, and they've got signs out there that flash advisories, you know, traffic congestion here or accident, whatever.
Are you saying you can't read, Scorpio?
Go ahead, 102.
Yeah, he probably can't read.
I'm sorry, 102, one of those drivers took you out.
I said he probably can't read anyway.
I'm guessing he might have stated obvious thing. He dropped out of grade school.
Go figure. Why don't you act like it then? Well, I am acting like it. You ought to act like you're everybody. You ain't gonna cry, are you? We must have got one of them CB radios, you know, the crybaby ones, not a real one. Got the most expensive radio Dollar General sells. Paying for it? Well, you need a new 9-volt battery. It ain't getting out very well. Oh, it's just yeah, that's what I was thinking.
With the dog whining, baby.
CB, it stands for Crybaby. Wow, I thought it was Citizen Band, but I was wrong.
Roger. Yeah, if I just had a nickel for all the different interpretations, I'd be rich. Speaking of getting rich, I guess people have noticed that the darned old Mega Millions jackpot and the Powerball's getting way up there. I may try to play that shit. Who knows, I might get lucky.
I got some numbers, right?
Damn, that bitch now, come on, keep me. I would have to do the free.
I wish I had a big radio.
Roger, me too. I've just got a mobile. As soon as I have a bigger table, maybe I can think about getting a big radio.
Well, get out of your mom's basement. You might have a good bigger table.
No doubt about it.
Well, I'm going to get on my power scooter and chase some of these old women over there at the Senior Citizen Center. I'll be back. If I catch one, I might not.
Roger.
Hell yeah.
It reminds me of visiting relatives at a nursing home, and man, it's like a madhouse in there.
Well, they got in a new one today, and she said she has false teeth, so I'm gonna go check her out.
I don't guess anybody's gone to see that movie, The Odyssey. I guess not.
That's a negatory.
Roger that, gunslinger. I guess you heard record driver Sean got his base antenna working, and he was on there talking on it a few minutes ago.
Hey, Roger.
Roger, right on.
2, 1, left side. Put your stupid ass woods goes into the middle lane.
I hope everybody out there has a great day today. I'm back on the side. Y'all have a good one. Bye-bye-bye.
No doubt. Another day above ground is a great day.
Scorpio, you still got a copy on this little radio?
No doubt about it. 102, go ahead.
It's working, I guess, right?
Yes, sounds good, man. Good and clear, loud enough.
I appreciate it there, Scorpio, no doubt.
Absolutely, no problem. And of course, you sound like you're right on frequency. I think I'm pretty close to on frequency, but anyway. I'm sure you probably regularly check out like Nake Vision, and I think there's also another one that Easy Money maintains. I'm trying to think of the name of it, 405, whatever.
Yeah, Temple, yeah, I was just on the internet listening to myself, but yeah, I was trying to get rid of that background noise, you know?
Roger that.
But it sounds pretty good right here on the internet, so I'm just going to leave it right here.
Roger, I don't, now that you mention it, no, I don't hear any background noise. Incidentally, I guess we sound good, or do you hear some background or not? Or?
No, I don't hear on yours or mine. No, I don't hear no background in either one right now.
Roger that.
Yeah, I notice if I go online to hear myself and then I put my Bluetooth earphones on, yeah, I can actually hear it really well, so I can detect anything in the background.
Roger.
No doubt about it.
But as far as some echoes from a relatively empty room, that doesn't bother me at all. But I guess everybody's got their unique set of requirements.
Yeah, some use echo, some use reverb, some use echo beeps just to piss old Gary off, which I'm good with that. Hey, where is old governor these days? I haven't heard him lately.
Well, I don't know. I haven't either. Maybe he'll be back pretty soon. I was just wondering a little early this morning. I haven't heard Nova in a good while. I might call him. You know, I just haven't talked to him weeks, it seemed like.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've heard from him, too. I wonder what's up.
I don't know. Maybe he's working on some special project.
Yeah,
gonna come out here and put down a roadblock, right? Yeah.
Don't be in a hurry, eh?
Yeah, I can hear you a little better. Looks like they dropped the half inch. Go either way, right? How about 747? You should hear me a little better now, huh?
Gunslinger, to be honest with you, I don't hear you any better. I just barely hear you.
Yeah, Roger.
Well, I've pointed more north, and I was pointing straight at you, so let me point more your direction.
Oh, that's all right. Nah, ain't no big deal. Well, you got a little copy of me. I don't care.
Well, Gunslinger, speaking for myself, I can hear you now, and you sound okay over here.
Yeah, appreciate it. I can hear him too now.
I'm pointed right at you now, Gunslinger.
Yeah, I'm twisting and turning right now.
Roger. I don't know if I hear you any better than earlier, but I hear you.
Yeah, Roger. I appreciate it.
But if they hear you better now, I guess you are getting out better. I couldn't hear them at all before. Roger.
You two, I'm not speaking real loud either, so.
Yeah, but brother, your signal wasn't even there. It's just like Scorpio was ghost talking. That's exactly what it was like. So yeah, I don't know what you did different, but leave it right where it is. It sounds good. Scorpio, go ahead. Are you familiar with earphones, like Bluetooth earphones and so forth? Well, I've heard of them, 102, but I've never used them. I don't guess I own any. Yeah, I've got a couple pairs of regular ones, and then I have this one that I use all the time. It's called a bone conductor. Roger that. So they work pretty well, do they? Yeah, they go on your temples. They don't go on your ears, but you hear it just like it was on your ears, but you can also hear everything else going on around you, too. That's cool, yeah. That sounds like an innovation for sure. Yeah, $179 for these, but man, I'm telling you, I have nothing but praise for these things. They're badass. Okay, well, sound like they're worth the money. Yeah, better for the telephone, too, because, you know, the sound of it actually goes through the skull of your head. Roger that. So it transmits better, I guess, that way. It's kind of like getting closer to your microphone. Roger that. Well, some of these days I might have to give them a day in court. I wouldn't have it any other way. I'll give all my other ones away, but not these. Yeah, when I was blind, the Blind Association bought these for me. Roger that. I thought that was pretty nice of them there. Yeah. Well, once again, I'm happy for you that you got quite a bit of that problem solved.
Well, you know it. Yeah, I'm doing a lot better now, that's for sure.
So since I guess I met you once in Norman down there when we perhaps talked about maybe some kind of a CB equipment deal, but since then I guess you just experienced all kinds of stuff.
Oh man, I've been through hell and back twice since then. But I've also seen some pretty cool miracles too, so I'm good.
Roger.
Moved on pretty good. I'm not ignoring you, Debbie. I'm trying to get all these phone calls out of the way.
I don't want you to think it's all been bad, because that's not true. I've had a lot of good things happen too.
Roger, that's good.
Get on that loader he's on right now with it, ain't the roof.
I gotta tell you something about being blind now.
Well, I've heard it makes your other senses sharper, but I'm standing by.
It does, but you know the worst part about being blind?
Go ahead.
Realizing just how fast people will get over on you. That really upsets me. I never thought in a million years people would stoop to that kind of level to rip off a blind man. But they did it time and time again. Let me rephrase that. They tried to time and time again.
Roger. Oh yeah, I've never underestimated how evil people are out there. How, like you say, if they get the slightest chance, they'll cut your throat.
Yeah, they'll rip a wheelchair off a crippled person if they had a chance, and I'm not kidding. They literally will.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, that's very upsetting, disappointing, you know.
Roger. Yeah, they think they have an angle. They see a weakness. They're going to exploit it, as you know.
Yeah, they think you're an easy target.
Exactly.
With me, it was different because I had people, you know, looking after me too, so I didn't get ripped off, but they sure as hell tried a lot.
Roger that. Well, they figured out pretty fast to move on down the line, didn't they?
Yep.
Damn, boy.
102, I got a coffee emergency. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Roger.
secretary.
Southbound 9 yards, see we got a big gator laying on this 9 yards, see big old gator laying on this one. Hello, audio. Thank you, brother. Have a great day out there. Be safe. Sound good over here. Yeah, you got audio. Audio. I guess everybody's just watching that little girl on Channel 9 there. I mean, I guess the national news. She was attacked by, I forget now whether it was a shark or a crocodile or something that I guess almost bit off her right hand. But anyway, I guess they sewed it back on there or something, and she looks pretty much normal now. Well, wow. What do you say to something like that? Roger. Well, I'm happy for her. She looks like she's happy on there being interviewed. And she doesn't look all messed up, so I'm sure she's a lot smarter about getting out there in the water now. Yeah. Thank God she still has her hand now. Exactly. It'd be hard to pick your nose without it.
I know you're right.
I'm thinking by now, anybody on the planet knows to stay away from the damn water if you go on vacation to Florida or anywhere else in the southern states.
Well, you think by now people would be smart enough to know that, but hell no. Sorry, there's a shark in there? Not me, brother. I go to the swimming pool. They only got alligators in the swimming pools around here, that's all.
And I'm not sure which one would be the worst, a shark or a gator or a crocodile, but anyway.
All right.
I guess they also know that they're like at the beach, and they see those jellyfish, Portuguese men of war, whatever they call them. Don't touch them.
Hey, I've been stung by a jellyfish. Those suckers hurt, by the way.
Roger, yeah, I believe you. I never have, but I've seen them, and of course I didn't touch them, but anyway.
Yeah, they hurt. Yeah, it's bad.
Roger. I remember I worked on a boat back in the 70s in the Gulf of Mexico. We used to see them floating out there on the water. They just looked like little miniature balloons out there floating.
Well, I only got stung by a little one, and it hurt like hell. I can imagine the big sting, you know?
Roger that.
Felt
like about 50 bumblebees stung me at the same time.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
In the same place too, by the way, yeah.
Roger. Well, I've been stung by wasps and things like that. That hurt bad enough. It sounds like not near as bad as what you're talking about.
Yeah. Now those mantis, you know, the ones with the big tail, I don't want nothing to do with them.
Roger that. Yeah, I think one of them killed, remember that activist or animal lover, whatever, Steve Irwin?
Yeah, I was told it stuck him right in the chest. He was impaled by it.
Roger that.
Yeah, they ain't no game, that one. That sucker will kill you in a heartbeat. He was also dealing with the real big ones, though. That's why he died, man. It just, impelled him.
Roger. I guess he was lucky he lived as long as he did. I'm considering all the chances he took.
Here we go.
Electric
Roger on the electric eels.
That's shocking.
Oh, radio sound pretty good.
Well, I hear your radio. I mean, it sounds okay. What's your 20?
121 by Love.
Did you say at the Loves? 120?
Got 10. 121.
I'll go up there.
I'm sorry, I can't really make out what you're saying now.
Is that the 121?
Got 10.
121 southbound, all right.
Well, your radio's working.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, driver, your signal's better than your audio. You might want to get a power mic or something on that, but yep.
If you don't have your mic gain turned all the way up, driver, there's one thing you could try. And hold that mic fairly close.
Important truck driver information. There's a semi-truck turned over on 35. Go figure.
What way?
North Brian, look like you got a rolled over truck there on that ramp.
That's northbound 35 somewhere.
I think it's Blake. He yelled back at you, say who was it?
Yeah, like 102 said, we got an overturned semi about 50th and I-35 north side of the city.
Hey, 1-9 for a radio check. Dan, a lot clear. I appreciate it. Thanks, sir.
They call themselves truck drivers and can't keep them right side up.
Hey, kids go back to school in 2 weeks. Yoo-hoo! It was always the worst time of the year for me when school started.
Roger. I never was that enthusiastic about going back myself.
I want to go back to school, but we won't learn nothing.
How about a drop-in?
Yeah, I did really good in lunch. Does that count? I'm a straight A student in lunch.
And we're talking about Carrollton, Texas school systems, or?
Yep. Did you play any sports in school, Scorpio?
I played basketball and baseball.
Yeah, I played baseball and football.
Roger that.
I wasn't no damn good at either one, but I tried.
Roger. I guess I was probably a better baseball player than basketball player, but anyway, I'm not trying to say I was outstanding at baseball. I just, I was almost forced to play, and so I played some. In baseball, I started out as a fielder, but then I played first base and pitched some later.
I always left field.
Left field, Roger. Yeah, I think that might have been about maybe right field might have been my first position.
Yeah, during tryouts I hit every ball, but during the games I struck out every time. And football, hell, they had to hide my knee pad so I couldn't play. I was so bad. I only made the football team to prove to my brother I could make it. And then once I got on it, I didn't want it.
Roger. Yeah, it sounded like, as you know, a good way to get hurt. I mean, one of my uncles a long time ago died playing football because I think he got tackled once and he cracked some of his ribs, but he didn't say anything. He just kept playing, and then he got tackled, piled up on again, and that killed him because one of his ribs punctured a lung.
Well, I never really liked sports anyway. Up to this day, I don't watch sports. Now, put on some motocross, and I'll sit there all day watching that.
Roger that.
Yeah, motocross and tricks, yep.
Yeah, like I say, they kind of crammed it down your throat, the sports, where I was going, and anyway, that right there pissed me off.
Yeah, 10-4.
The whole idea everybody had, you got to play that, like if you don't play that, something's wrong. I mean, they just had no concept of having any other options. I mean, there are other options in the real world, Roger.
Yeah. Yep, that's for sure.
And of course, I was kind of a science nerd, which I was a very rare bird, in that area. So anyway, that didn't help exactly, but that's what I liked.
Did you hear about that 12-year-old kid?
I guess not.
Forgot what state it's in, dude, but this is amazing. A 12-year-old boy designed and built in his garage a working particle accelerator.
Now that you mention that, I think I might have heard that. Yeah, he sounded like obviously a little genius, and he got the attention of some of the big brains out there. He might be one of them.
That's kind of scary. If a 12-year-old kid can do that, he needs to be careful because he can open up a black hole doing that crap.
Roger that, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'd say his future is, where, but anyway.
Yeah, but he's got an amazing future ahead of him as long as he controls it.
Roger that. Another day, another Einstein or whatever.
Yep.
You know, if you could get the parts to build a particle accelerator, what else can people get? You know what I mean? I mean, that's crazy.
Roger, yeah, it's scary. So anything we can imagine has probably been designed and built by some youngster out there, and they're just poised to activate it when the time is right.
Yep.
And I hope I'm just imagining this.
Do you know the guy that built that machine that separates the blood from the plasma?
To be honest with you, I don't know who designed that, no.
Do you know he died? Do you know how he died?
I guess it got a joke coming, I don't know.
No, it's not a joke, it's for real. The guy that built that separates the blood from the plasma, he died because the hospital refused to give him any blood because he was black.
Damn it. Man, brilliant, and come up with solutions like that, and then prejudice, whatever bureaucracy killed him.
Yeah. He couldn't even use his own invention to save his own life.
Roger that. That's fucked up.
Because he was black. That's the truth.
I-39, exit 115, Shell truck stop across the DMV. So you're good to go to 3.
Back in that day, they didn't do things like that for black people. You couldn't even sit at the same counter with them for the big part.
I have lots of radios. I think I have.
Roger, it's ugly time.
Every ball, I don't know if you need to get closer to the mic or turn it off, but I hear somebody coming back.
I have relatives from a town in the extreme southern part of this state, and they are, let's just say, reactionary.
I'm here, so hopefully I can help you. You need to stop by. I'm here till 8 o'clock, starting at 7:30.
The radio's working out there, radio checker. Roger. Unit 69, Northern Minnesota. Keep up the good work. Unit 747 around Tornado Valley, OKC said that. Roger. Unit 69, there's nothing wrong with being worldwide. From Minnesota, 747 is gone again.
Why there's no more Michelangelos on the planet anymore either, because they're all in prison in Oklahoma.
All right. Well, I've known some painters, not nobody that famous, but and I know he was, of course, he was alive back during what the Renaissance of many centuries earlier, but I knew a guy named Ron Hoover who lived and died fairly recently. I think he was based in Houston, but I met him down at OU. He was like doing graduate work, you know, as a painter down there back like in the 70s. And, you know, of course, he was like a pretty antisocial, and so, you know, we got along well. And I looked at some of his paintings, which basically the theme on all of them was he hated industrial society, painted pictures to convey that contempt. So anyway, now that he's dead, all his pictures with that basic theme are, of course, worth more money.
Yeah, isn't that weird? You're worth more money dead than alive.
Roger that. And I saw pictures of him in more recent history, and he looked, I swear, like he's wearing the same clothes I saw him wearing back in the 70s. But anyway.
The Bible is a
might have been, in that respect, been like Ernest. Remember how in his closet he had like a dozen, 2 dozen sets of clothes, all identical.
Wait till my nose gets well loaded and somebody's subject hit me in my damn nose.
Yeah, he'd like to chain smoke probably unfiltered Camels, and I guess that's why he finally expired. But anyway, too bad.
Yeah, my oldest brother got lung cancer from smoking, and he went and did chemo one time. Woke up in the middle of the night hacking and coughing, and it blew a blood vessel on the top of his head, a brain aneurysm, and died.
Oh, I hate to hear that.
He coughed so hard he blew a blood vessel on his brain.
Roger that. Well, during the days of my youth, briefly smoked cigarettes for a year or two, and then gave that up.
Yeah.
And not long after that, I decided, yeah, it's time to get out there and exercising. So I've been doing my running for a good 45 years, 3 miles a day, and during a certain period I lifted weights. I may get back into that. I think somebody out there said they don't give a shit. I'm not surprised at all.
If he don't give a shit, he must be really constipated.
Hey, I think I heard Unit 313 out there. It's always good to hear you out there. 313 at the radio shop, no doubt. The Shell Truck Plaza, Unit 1, Highway 139, I think you said. I forget the exit number, but anyway, good morning to you. 313, and keep up the good work with all them worldwide radios that you're producing over there, no doubt. 747 said that. No doubt about it. Mr. Natural, 313. Any day above ground's another wonderful day in Tornado Alley, no doubt. OKC. And I've just heard it all because you just said it all. As I just heard you say what you said when you said it. And keep up the good work, Mr. Natural. 747 is gone again. And speaking of aneurysms, that one truck driver out there, matter of the hell, is liable to develop an aneurysm. That's something for you to think about if you're actually receiving out there, driver. I'm just trying to save your life.
You're off the damn jam on me.
But there's always somebody out there poised to get pissed. The 747 is standing by.
Probably the only way they can get anyone to talk to them.
I know you're right. Radio checker, it's working. 747 said that. And that always makes my day to make contact with Unit 313 in Illinois, plus to Rockford, Illinois at the radio shop, and then Minnesota up there, 379, no doubt. Keep up the good work around Minnesota. 747's gone again.
Scorpio, would you mind if I did something real quick? Scorpio?
Go ahead, 102.
You mind checking something for me? I'm going to check my echo real quick.
Roger, over, standing by.
All right, I got 2 echoes, one in the radio, one on the mic. I'm going to switch between them, and you tell me which one sounds better as far as echo.
Roger, okay.
This is the radio right here.
All right, if you might talk a while on that one.
And this is the one on the mic right here.
Okay. I already think I might like the one on the mic better, but whatever.
You like the sound of this right here better?
I think, yeah, you got a little more echo, and I'm not a hater of echo. In fact, I like echo, and I think I like that one you're running better than the one you had been using. I think you said it was inside the radio.
Yeah, the first one was on the radio. This is the mic right here.
Yeah, I think I like that one. You say it's built into the microphone. I like it better.
Temple. All right. Thank you, man. I appreciate your opinion.
Roger. And don't be afraid to run some echo. I mean, you know how some people are. They'll cry if they detect the slightest little bit of echo. But not me. As long as I can make out what you're saying, I have no problem with echo at all.
Yeah, the echo's on though, right? You can hear it right now?
I think I've had my local truck driver out there, the one advising everybody to go to channel 18 so that he could receive the important truck driver information.
Yeah, the echo on this mic is barely on right now.
Roger that. Yeah, hey, as you know, a lot of people are afraid to have enough echo. Anybody can tell they got echo. I was saying just go ahead and do it, you know, in the land of the free, home of the brave.
Yeah, 10-4, no doubt.
Yeah, the one on the radio didn't even sound like it was even on.
Yeah, you see that flip? In fact, if you got a megaphone and you feel like it, go ahead and wade into a crowded movie theater and scream fire. That's okay with me too, because you got the right to do it. I wouldn't do it, but if you want to do it, it's okay.
Well, I just want a radio that sounds good. That's what I'm looking for.
Roger, that sounded good. You had some discernible echo, but there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, Lord. What does do?
Some people just automatically hate echo. I mean, I guess that's just how they're wired. I mean, they can't help it. I guess they can't understand you if you have any echo at all, but not me. Echo doesn't bother me.
Well, if you put 2 echo boards together and listen to both of them, they will sound different.
Roger, there he is. That one listening for important truck driver information.
Go to 18.
There you go. Somebody wants to pin my coax, yeah, no doubt.
Watch out. Include hoppers, reefers, take the wind up. Thank you, and come on in at exit 97.
Well, he needs to think about getting another radio, because I don't even hear who you're talking to.
Roger that. I know you're right. But if he feels better, I guess it's all right. But even though I'm the only one that can hear him.
Instead of pinning your coax, maybe he should buy some for his radio.
Truck's cleaned up. Trying to wash out. Come see us here at Finish Line Truck Wash, exit 126. Right here across from 19 Truck Stop. That's exit 126.
Just say no to negativity. And somebody was calling 747. I didn't quite catch your numbers. We're standing by. Mercy, well, right now we're pointed northeast. What state is your door in? Roger that. Well, that's what we like to hear, man. You just made my day, man. You sound good and clear. Roger, well, no wonder you put me way over in the red at the 118. I'm basically downtown more, so as you can tell, we're pretty close together. But you sound good on there.
Record driver Sean.
Yeah, go ahead.
Does it sound okay to you?
I've got
Yeah, like I was saying, I could hear the microphone better than I can the radio.
Victory, about 20 years old.
10-4, yeah, 10-4. Yeah, early on that now, too.
Missouri arrived, got DOA, and
Roger.
revived it, so anyway, we're happy with it. It's a DX73V, or as in victory, anyway, a 73V Galaxy. Roger, well, I think this one was manufactured about early 2000s or maybe the late 90s, something like that. It's got the big mirrors. It's basically
I need that trailer wash out. Come on in with you. That's exit 126 on the north side for the truck wash.
Yeah, I guess it's relatively modern, but it's got that standard Ranger circuit board in there. It's the same thing, basically, that I think the Galaxy 33 had earlier and even before that. Superstar, I think, has the same basic circuit board. Roger, what's your numbers again, driver? Preacher man, have a good ride out there. Yeah, you sound good, and it's always good to talk to you. Happy Taco Tuesday, 747 standing by.
Slip outside for a smoke break.
Roger, on the smoke break. More.
Yep.
Another wonderful day in paradise.
Where have all the angry voices gone?
Exactly. Yeah, it's been a number of years that I've been broadcasting that once in a while.
10-4.
But you understand the motivation, part of the time we got them. And sometimes I might be one of them, but oh well.
No, nobody's perfect.
Roger, Dodger. On out there, play, baby.
Except me, you know.
Exactly. Somebody's got to be the exception.
Yep. Yeah, here in another week, my signal should be a little bit better there, Scorpio.
No doubt about it, 102. It's going to jump up there several orders of magnitude stronger, Roger.
Well, we'll find out for sure. Buffalo said I'm doing a 9 swinging up into the red as I am right now. So I'm curious how far up it's going to go when I get that up, you know.
Roger. Well, you know, I know. You're going to be stronger and noticeably. But there's nothing wrong being worldwide, Roger. In the middle of the parking lot.
I just want to get out there and get across the street, you know.
Roger, well, I think you'll probably be able to do that, no doubt. Maybe go around the world in order to get across the street, but whatever. I might have heard Plowboy out there. Plowboy, I barely hear you.
Good morning, cowgirl.
I know, I ain't nothing to bother you on.
John 19, what's up?
Maintenance ship, come on.
Yeah, Scorpio, I decided I'm just going to leave my Antron up there too, you know.
Roger. Yeah, I would. I really appreciate having a backup antenna over here.
exit 97.
This radio transmitter though? Watch your put in traffic. Yep.
Go ahead, 372, what are you?
Copy. Yeah, I thought that something was going to cut my Wi-Fi cord. Yeah. Oh, let me try that for you. To keep it together. Alright, you clear. Come on. 2 and 3.
Well, the old skip land starting to come in.
No doubt about it. Yeah, we communicated with 313 earlier up there in Illinois, and then trying to remember his number, 379 or up in Minnesota.
Heck yeah.
Oh, God.
Big.
Clear now. We're taking a left exit up there in a minute.
I ain't saying nothing about it. You always say knoxville. I don't know how far you're going today, but do what you want down today. I know, buddy. I'll see you here in a little bit. Be safe now.
See, that's my problem. I don't know if I want to put a radio in the house or not, so that's the reason why I haven't yet, because I'm not for sure if I want one. Yep, not much skip. Skip land, where you at? How about skip land, you got a copy on 244? No skip, 244, we're back out.
Well, 244, you sound a hell of a lot better now.
Yeah, I had to start my truck up, come on.
Yeah, you got record driver over here on my new base station.
Good morning, Record Sean.
Thank you.
Going pretty good. How you been doing?
Well, I'm not going to tell you the truth. I've been doing real good.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, I heard that you had a little fall there.
Well, I didn't
one. I didn't like the second one, so I tried a third one, and the third one was a crash and burn. Come on.
Bull rider right on.
You fell down the steps 3 times.
Full ground, 153 looking at you, Mom.
Yeah, they're about 14 steps, so yeah, it's a, let me tell you what, it's a trip.
Everything's moving through.
Anyway, that's for me. How's your day going? Yeah, the last time I taught my nephew how to box by hand, that's all I remember. Standing there talking on the stairs, next thing I knew, I wake him up somewhere else. Come on.
Yeah, I'd be avoiding those steps if I was you.
I go up and down every day, Mom. That's, yeah.
There it is upstairs.
I would not ever own a 2-story house. You give me one, I'd sell it so much tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
I never did like a 2-story house.
You might want to invest in an elevator.
Hang on a minute. Ray, pick up at
Good morning to you there, 244.
All right, start moving. Come on.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. 244 Gunslinger back quiet.
Sorry, 2-3.
He said, pull it out. He said,
Drivers out there this morning, we get your trucks cleaned up, or if you need a truck wash out, finish line truck wash is open. We're at exit 126, across 19. Come on in, see us, Dave, if you need anything. That's exit 126 for the truck wash.
Y'all got a member to the you found.
But I know one thing, no matter how bad you feel, how bad you hurt, you got livestock, you still gotta feed more of the motherfuckers.
Half a dozen one way, half a dozen the other.
That was the best thing about working at Brown's. I rarely had to come to the city. I just stayed in Pop County.
Waving a hand around Cleveland, Ohio, 747 standing by.
today. Any drivers out there wanting to get your truck cleaned up or needing a trailer washout, come on in and see us at SDRPLAY on the north side for the truck wash.
Southbound, you guys got your ears all ready, in the left-right lane, or the
Tennessee for the truck wash, driver.
they got swept up pickup on the right median there.
You said the right through lane.
Important truck driver information.
Yeah, it's the right two lanes. You got to pick up on the damn concrete.
Trying to get those trucks cleaned up. Drivers exit 126 for the truck wash. Got one fixing to pull out of the bay.
Yeah, the center lane's got to be the closed one. You got one on the center one there. You got an accident.
Thank you very much.
And I was still here at the same time.
You got it on down south there, Jody?
You alone, or you started corrupting. I was doing exactly what I was just doing. Radio check.
Both beer can Fords.
Anybody know where I can get my nipples pierced?
I'm in Kentucky.
The Fords and the new Toyotas are the worst ones to be in a wreck in. The whole bed on the back of the Toyota is all fiberglass, and the Fords are made out of recycled beer cans.
I copy that. Good time, Charlie. Have a good time, a good day in Oklahoma. Whoever says voice said hello, Ramjet, hello back to you.
747 with a wave, Ramjet, what's your 20?
I'm over here in Tompkinsville, Kentucky. What's your 20? Where are you at? What's your 20 out there?
We're located around Tornado Alley, Oklahoma City. Ramjet, I didn't quite catch your information, but I heard you there briefly.
Oklahoma City.
Ramjet, I think you said you're in Kentucky.
Import.
Yeah, I'm in Kentucky.
I'm in Kentucky, 64 miles east of Bowling Green. Y'all have a great day out there. I'm back quiet. 244 Black Gold, standing by. How about Skip Ryan? You got a copy on 244. Yeah, we got you. On time, Rob. This ain't Rob, buddy.
Oh, man, he's still on the loader.
Yeah, still on.
might be nobody.
No doubt about it.
Got a hit and run near I-44 Northwest Expressway. Well, I think I'm seeing a live shot of it, and they got it closed off except for the right-hand lane, and traffic's kind of easing by. Good morning, 3939.
Drivers, anybody with those trucks cleaned up this morning, or if you need a trailer washout, come see us here at Finish Line Truck Wash. Exit 126, north side of Interstate. Right now we do have one bay empty here at the truck wash. There's no wait time. It's exit 126.
lane's closed. They're northbound at the 122.
Hey, Brock, got a radio?
Yeah, yeah, boys. Little bitch.
And I can't breathe.
We'll catch you on the next one. I'll holler at you later.
I don't know if you can comment. Right there along that barrier on the left side. Skip around. I love Josie Wells, Virginia.
Waving a hand, Josie Wells, Virginia, 747 said that.
Name of what?
in the pound.
Well, I can get over it.
Yeah, westbound 131 and a quarter. 130 and a quarter, you got a truck on the shoulder.
I'm talking about man.
Right across from the rest area.
We just want the one down front of the 40. Man, we just like, we're having a damn 40 up in here.
I do appreciate it. Y'all be safe out there. God bless.
They can handle what we bring to the table around the house.
Where y'all about, back?
What a racket out there. I thought it done the man. Here we go. It sounds like the entire East Coast has rubber banded their microphones again.
Drivers, Southbound truck wash is open today. Any drivers out there wanting to get your truck cleaned up or needing a trailer wash out, come on in and see us. That's exit 126 on the north side for the truck wash.
Boy, that make my damn blue.
And good morning, 610 if you're out there.
That big radio sounding good.
I told her I would. I told her it was easier to say I would than actually do it, you know.
Oklahoma City, 747, standing by.
About it, 747. You got a copy on this southeast.
Did you say Unit 535?
Stupid motherfucker.
Damn driver, tell them what you really think.
It's another wonderful day in paradise.
Radio talking about a wonderful day in paradise. You got a copy on this system? Do whatever I ask you. John, chill out. We're in good shape. She just gets pumped.
Where you at over there, back? Come on, you guys, Scooby-Doo. Scooby number 2, come on.
Hey, lug nut, your coax is ringing. 678, no doubt about it, 747 away.
10-4, 272.
Well, I don't guess there's no lug nut out there. 10 on the lug nut ain't gonna answer this morning. Oh, it's standing by. It's a gambler hollering for lug nut there, 10-4.
Gambler, what's your 20 out there?
Yeah, come on.
I bet you got that tattooed your forehead.
Who's that holler for a gambler? Come on.
747, wave a hand. What's your 20 out there, gambler? Chicago, good morning from Tornado Alley, OKC, 747 said that.
Hey, 747.
Good time to you, Mr. 747, 152, Kentucky.
Roger, good morning, 152 Kentucky. We're located around the core of Tornado Alley, Oklahoma City, Roger.
Hey, boy, Roger, Oklahoma City, boy, you booming in here from Oklahoma. Sounding good, my friend.
Roger that. Fender Bender, 152 Kentucky. I just heard it all because you just said it all. As I just heard you say what you said when you said it. And 747, it's gone again.
Hey, somebody looking at you out there in the diesel car this morning. Come on.
I appreciate it.
Was that Gambler out there? Gambler, what's your 20?
ATX.
Yeah. Looking great.
How you cutting the grass right there? Get the whole fucking squad and line everybody up and run that shit too. You know what I mean? That's how I always come to cut grass. You got a whole bunch of grass to cut. Get everybody at one time. Everybody get their line. Fall in place, baby. Slow this bitch down. Don't put one man out there. 17 miles. You go 17 miles. You go 17 miles. Everybody one line. Huh? What you talking about? I heard that. Get 17 miles done in the house to the end. 2 hours. They try to cut by 8 miles now.
Good morning, around.
When I got out, shit, I tried to run to see you. Like I say, it was 102 yesterday. I'm showing 92 now. It'll probably get on up there about 100. Thank you.
inside that overflow well over there? I got some out there at that time I come through there. That was some good water, good and cold. Anyway, it was good. I may ride back over in there. Alright, man, I'll let you go. Good Walmart in Glasgow. No, I don't believe that. Ain't in Walmart in no Glasgow. Many drivers out there this morning want to get your trucks washed. If you need a trailer wash out, finish line truck wash is open, exit 126. Just make it sure.
see if somebody's got a place to find $100 a month like you live right here somewhere.
Go to Durham's first and then come back to this one.
What was that? Oh, I might be able to find it.
You got that,
You ever get that meter working? Okay, all this way, you ever got that meter working yet? Yeah, I know, yeah. I got this microphone finally working. I went inside and fixed it up again. Got that Galaxy Center turbo working again.
last south, Aubrey.
Next truck in line in 5, what you need to know.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking on right now. Alrighty. You get somebody that's not ready, you charge a little bit more for it, you know what I mean? And make the money.
Truck wash is open today. Any drivers out there wanting to get your truck cleaned up or needing a trailer wash out, come on in and see us. That's exit 126 on the north side for the truck wash.
I got a bunch up there in Centerville I gotta go get. Gotta get it out of storage. I got a whole bunch of mobiles there. Superstars, I got all kinds of shit up there, buddy. Centerville, I gotta go to Centerville and get my stuff out of storage. I'll probably put one of the superstars down in these cases. I got 2 cases now. So what I'll do is I'll probably put one of the two superstars down in there. Okay, I'm gonna go get something to eat. Go up the street just there and cooking me up something to eat. I'm gonna go get something to eat. Right back up. they got settled right through.
What's going on, Charlie Delta?
So I was just sitting there thinking about all the stuff I've saw on the internet here lately. There's a bunch of people out for President Trump.
Yeah, that's 102, by the way. I haven't heard Scorpio lately.
So we saw that. Who is that sucker talking politics?
Idiot.
No, correction, propaganda. Said 47, did you get that hay baling done?
Not yet, but that's one of the boxes that are checked on the bucket list, Roger. Charlie Delta.
Yeah, but you're a little late now because it's already cooking out there. I checked the box off and says, tomorrow, I love you, tomorrow.
I know you're right about it being late, but that's how we roll. We get out there during the heat wave and mow the grass. We got the front yard yet to do, so we'll get her done.
Counting on you, banking on you.
Scorpio, I'm scared.
Roger that, 102.
Hey, they're going to put a damn nuclear power plant in Oklahoma, and they can't even make a good burrito. What the hell is wrong with this place?
Roger that. Now there's always another flaw showing up.
They're going to put a nuclear power plant in Oklahoma. I can't believe it. the other day I went to work and I went to Taco Bell for lunch, and I will never do that again.
So much garbage in there. Still got a coffee on me one on me.
Yeah, Temple, I got you in there, kinda.
Who you said that can't make a burrito anymore?
Taco Bell for the big part.
Oh, Roger. I don't know, I haven't ate there in a long, long time. In fact, the last time I ate a taco was at Jack in the Box, and that sucker made me sicker than a dog.
Over Taco Bell, not only are their ingredients crappy, but the way they put it together sucks as well.
Good Lord. Well, all they got are those young kids in there trying to make them a little bit of spending money, and they don't care. They say, do it this way, and this way. And that's what they do.
Well, when you order refried beans and chili, you should get it all together, not one at one side and one on the other side of the burrito. It's supposed to be spread out. They just threw a clob on one side and a clob on the other and just called it good. Yeah, I ain't gonna do that no more.
Sounds like you're talking about the ends of them.
I don't know what the hell it was, but I won't make that mistake twice.
I think they've got a new dish they're offering, and they call it the barfarita or something.
Now, their Mexican pizzas aren't bad, but they're still not what they used to be either.
They got a pretty good burrito and oh, now I go to think of it, I can't think of the name of it. It's over there in Midwest City, and you pay for the burrito by the pound, or weight, let me correct that, not by the pound. And you go down the line, you select all the ingredients you're going to put in it, which I always tell them to put burrito, a little bit of rice, because otherwise they'll pack that thing half full of rice, and you're going to pay out the nose for the weight.
Yeah, from now on, I'll just make that myself, you know. I ain't going nowhere else. I want the best burrito, then I'm going to make it myself.
There you go. Call you 102 now. Oh, Bell 102.
That's right.
I don't know if anybody except me still likes Golden Corral, but down in Norman, I think that one down there, they may close by the end of the year.
Really? Yeah, I used to go to that one. I like Golden Corral as well, sometimes.
Roger. Yeah, I sometimes go there and sometimes go this one on 240 and Penn.
I used to go to one in Norman all the time, so that's closing down, huh?
Well, according to something I've read on the internet anyway, late this year they'll close, but maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I am.
Yeah, 10-4.
I don't like the idea of those deals. You got to go up there and touch that serving spoon after all them other people have touched it.
Roger, it's a bit of a dice roll.
And you don't know where that other person's hands have been.
It reminds me, I ought to pack some like, sanitary wipes or something to, prep my hands afterwards.
After I serve my plate, I go and wash my hands. There's a gazillion people that handle those serving spoons, for your, whatever you're going to get, potatoes, beans, etc.
Roger. I guess I've had a good dice roll so far, but that's a good point. Yeah, Yeah, there's no telling who's had hold of it, no telling what they've got.
Well, you know, during COVID, they had gloves you could put on to touch those serving spoons with.
Well, there's another idea, just, have some gloves that
But how many people do that?
Right, we got it, Chief.
Chipon Konnichiwa.
Hakuna Matata.
Mercy, I'd like 15 dB in the red.
Hey, 705, I don't know who it is, but if you find out, you let me know.
No doubt about it.
Breaker 19, break.
Go ahead, Breaker.
What we got out there?
747, who we got there?
678. What's your 20?
Well, 678, we're down around the core of Tornado Alley, otherwise known as Oklahoma City. What would your location be?
Chicago.
Roger, 35 miles out of Chicago, in the direction of there's 313 in his radio shop. I'm just guessing, maybe.
No, I'm over here in Chicago Heights.
I don't hear him 747. I'm about 80 miles north.
Roger, 313, 80 miles northwest of Chicago. Yeah, that's 678. I think he said he's maybe southeast of Chicago or something.
He trucks lost.
Yeah, northwest of Chicago, and driving supposed to be out here in the range. All right, 747.
Right now we're doing
Take care, Tornado Alley.
There's no wait time.
No doubt about it, guaranteed. 313, 80 miles northwest of Chicago, out there around the radio shop, no doubt. Keep up the good work. The 678, Chicago. You said you're, 30 miles, was it southeast of Chicago or where?
Southeast.
You both of you sound like you're in my driveway. Oklahoma City. Now, this is 747. Just about every day I make contact with that booming radio station, the 313 over there with his famous radio shop and doing a lot of good work for people. And then there's an operator in Wisconsin right now. I can't remember his numbers. I make contact with a lot in Minnesota, the 379, I believe it was. I'm going to go on around back in a circle.
Standing by, 73 here.
And also, wave a hand, Whiskey Tango Charlie, if you're out there, sandbagging, 747 standing by.
No doubt about it.
There's never a doubt.
What's this microphone sound like? Hello? Hey, Scorpio?
Well, 102.
Hey, 102, this is record driver.
Go ahead, record driver.
I wondering how this microphone sounded over there.
Well, your mic sounds pretty good, record driver, Sean. But as you know, we got a good bit of DX coming in there, so it's somewhat rough and tough to hear you.
Oh, Roger, right on. I know what you're talking about. Man. 10-4.
He's a fucking scumbag.
There's a handheld power mic I put on here. Don't look like it's putting out as much as that Turner Plus 3.
I'll tell you, in my opinion, the one you're on right now is the one I would run with that, because it sounds a lot better.
Yeah, I noticed it knocked down the modulation a little bit, though.
Yeah, but it's clear. I mean, seriously, it's wall-to-wall loud and clear over here, no doubt.
Record driver, what brand of mic is that?
Oh. It's a high gear, just a mic, handheld power mic I bought out of a truck stop.
Roger, what? High gear doesn't sound bad.
Just an off-the-wall Cobra microphone.
Yeah, it's clear, real clear.
Roger.
Oh, Roger, right on. No doubt about it.
I appreciate it. Yeah, you don't have that studio sound anymore, you know what I mean?
Roger. Man, anyway, that's right, yeah.
42, no doubt.
But it sounds good. I mean, maybe not as excellent as an expensive microphone, but...
Let's try to put it on here and see what it sounds like.
Sean, I got one of those mics sitting right here, right now, brand new.
Yeah, this is brand new too.
Yeah, I don't even use mine. I just got it hanging up here, you know, just in case.
Oh, Roger, right on. Let's set the modulation on this real quick. There we go, no doubt.
Oh, record, Sean.
Just not all muffly.
Hello, record, Sean.
Hello?
It's the cowgirl. Yeah, you might want to come up on the audio a little bit if you can, but other than that, it's clear.
You know what? The radio's turned up as far as it'll go, and the microphone's turned up as far as it'll go.
Okay, 10.1. Well, that sounds good, though.
I guess you're holding it pretty close.
Yeah, I got it right up to my mouth.
It's a cowgirl.
Yeah, I know.
Stupid motherfuckers need to stay off the radio.
That reminds me, I need to check the battery in my mic.
My battery in this one should be brand new, but I still see less power out of this one than I do the other one. Modulation wise.
I'll be right back. I'm going to check the voltage on this.
No doubt about it.
Wave a hand, land to Lincoln. 495 in this super diesel wagon. You sound good around OKC. 747 said that.
Yeah, I only been sitting there.
He's got pretty good. Anyway, man, I don't think you have any problem, but we'll holler at you a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you want to open the door, that's why you crying.
not too bad.
Yeah, that's what took you so long.
Retired now.
Well, you know, low blood sugar takes a bunch of compliments. There's all the fried chicken.
Dope.
Head that way soon. I know she's got some good old southern fried chicken, sweet cornbread, and some watermelon. That's sweet iced tea. Strike out every now and then. We get tight timelines on programs. 12 up here in the land of cheese. Good old Wisconsin.
Space Cowboy, Wisconsin, 747 with a wave.
747, you're making it, brother. You got to that done.
Space Cowboy, you just made my day. Keep on talking. 747 around Tornado Alley, Oklahoma City said that.
They like to keep the clock tight. I like to start, early and get myself some time, so I usually run.
And good morning, in case you're out there, Whiskey Tango Charlie, 747 standing by.
Whiskey Charlie Tango, yeah.
Whiskey Tango Charlie, 747. 495 out here in Lincoln, Lincoln.
495 Land Lincoln. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I know I am. 747 said that. Roger that. Southeast Wisconsin. Keep up the good work.
Hey, Scorpio.
Corvette 102.
Hey, I've been talking on this radio for approximately 3 months now, tops, right?
Roger.
Yeah, it hasn't lost a lick yet. Everything's exactly the same way it was 3 months ago. Exactly the same. So yeah, it's holding it really well.
Well, cool. I'm glad you're satisfied with it and the radio's holding up.
Yo, what's up, man? What's going on out there? Did you get your magical popsicle? I hope you enjoy it. It's really good. You started it. It's
Support.
Look at the magic popsicle. It never melted last time.
Really, why is that? I don't know much about them.
It's like 1,000,000 degrees outside, so get the magic popsicle. Keep it in your pocket. When you get hot, just take it out of the socket a little while. It'll cool you off, okay? It's a magic popsicle, y'all.
Yeah, it was either this one or the Galaxy 959. And I'm not knocking the Galaxy, but I'm glad I chose this one instead for the same amount.
Roger that. Yeah, both good radios.
Quit crying, you little bitch-ass Nate. Just cry for little Johnny.
Yeah, when I get that beam up there and then put that kicker in the line, this ought to handle that pretty well, I think.
No doubt, yeah. As you know, I mean, this is going to just boost you out there way, way on out there.
Yeah, I want to get so big, Scorpio, that I can reach out there and pop that popsicle dude right in the mouth.
There you go. That would be very satisfying.
Yo, that's like a magic.
I want to get so big I get out across the street. Come on.
I just want to get out there, you know, that's all.
No doubt you will.
Well, I'm not going to get up there in the same radius as 13, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't want to have to pay that big electric bill.
Well, I guess you know he's got stacked quads, so that helps a lot.
That's important.
But just a single set of four-element quads like I got, it makes a world of difference for sure.
Mine's going to be approximately the same size as yours. Yours is a 4. Well, mine's a 3, but it's got that power booster, which is the 4th, you know, so yeah.
Roger that. Yeah. Now, I was told by a certain antenna specialist customized this antenna for me that the full wave antennas, they just get out better.
At that point.
Yes, it's true. I mean, those you got 4 sets of wires, each one about a wavelength that goes around. You know how it's attached around the edge of it.
For the big part, I'm going by common sense and YouTube. Go doing things like that, you need at least a little common sense involved, you know, otherwise you mess it up.
Absolutely. When you start getting up in that area, of course, it's more than just being aware of electronic steering and radio theory and all that, but of course, you know, when you're constructing serious structures, I mean, yeah, you got to do it right or something bad could go wrong.
Well, you do it right the first time, you don't have to mess with it.
Absolutely. I mean, just from a standpoint of safety, a person should do it right to begin with, no doubt. Think it through every step of it.
Yep. You do it right the first time, it saves you a lot of money in the distance.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's no good to just mindlessly throw things up when you're trying to put something that big in the air.
That's something I don't want to have to mess with every 2 to 3 months, you know, because something slips or moves, you know.
Right, exactly.
Lottie-dottie, we like to party. Lottie-dottie-dottie, we like...
Well, I knew I would have to perform service once in a while, and no way I was going to climb up on anything to service it, so I can crank it down.
That's why I want to leave my Antron where it is. I mean, it's up there so good, why even bother with it? I mean, it's been through every damn storm we've had, and it ain't moved a lick yet, so I'm just going to leave it there.
Roger. As far as the big antenna, yeah, I recommend the guidelines. I think I've mentioned that already. I think you said you already have that. Originally, I had my guidelines broken up into non-resonant lengths with insulators, but for my new set, I didn't put any insulators on there. Apparently, it's not really making much difference because the guidelines are roughly at the closest point, about a half wavelength away from the antenna, and I think that's when they start getting closer. That's when it starts making a difference.
Can they throw?
only thing I don't really like about the whole damn situation is I'm going to have to hide some more wires.
Roger that.
I don't like all my coax and all that out like that. I usually tuck it and stuff like that.
Roger. Well, I don't have any of my coax hidden that well out in the backyard, but it's attached to the house, overhanging there for quite a ways, and then it just goes through the air, over to the tower. And there's actually a length of what's normally, guy line for it to be attached to, so it won't droop down too low. I've got it enough length so that when I want to crank the tower down, all I got to do is unhook that guy line from the house, and it gives more slack into the coax, and it easily will stretch over there where it needs to go as the tower's cranked down.
Hey, you know the cables to go, the coax coming off your antenna on your tower, right?
How did you catch all that?
Coax coming down your antenna, you got it running from the antenna into the window, right, or something like that?
Well, it's going from the tower at roughly a 10-foot level over to the house, overhang, soffits, whatever, and then it runs maybe 50 feet or more over to where it then goes into the house.
Okay, now, think about this for a second. What would happen if you was to run that coax all the way down the tower itself to the ground, and then bury it from there into the house? Do you think that would hurt it at all?
Roger, I don't guess it would. I briefly considered that, but I'm okay with it the way it is.
If you bury it, use plastic PVC pipe and put it inside that all the way to my house. Come on, underground.
Yeah, you run a piece of PVC pipe, and then you run the coax through the middle of that. Yeah, I know.
Roger, exactly, yeah. So it's not actually exposed to the earth underneath there.
Exactly, yeah. Hey, that should be pretty well. That should be pretty good. That's a good idea. I might do that. Yeah, when I put it up, I want it to be up there for, forever if possible.
Roger. Anyway, the way I've got it, I'm happy enough with how the coax is fed over to the tower and then up the beam.
Yeah, 10-4. Also inside, I've got surround sound stereo inside the house, speakers all the way around, and you can't find not one wire anywhere.
Well, that's good that you did a lot of planning and considered the cosmetic appeal of it as well as the functionality.
Yeah, so outside's pretty much the same way. With that tower, I want to, have it done.
I've got multiple coax cables running into the house, but I'm not going through a window. I've got a special hole, pretty good sized hole I drilled in the brick at a certain point where I made sure there were no electric power cables in the way. So that's how the coax is getting into the house.
Well, hey, if you win the lottery tonight, man, you're going to buy me a radio, a big radio, right?
I don't know. I might feel generous and do that, but if I did that, I'm afraid the rest of Channel 19 would expect the same thing, so I'd have to do some figuring and,
Yeah, I don't know if a big radio would fit on my rack system over here anyway. I'd like to have me a Galaxy 2990 or a Galaxy Saturn.
Roger that,
Yeah, they're just my kind of radios. I like the way they look, and they match everything else over here too, pretty much.
Roger, yeah, that's cool. Equipment rack and all that. Well, I've got a 2980 that I guess the same, kind of design, and I haven't really used it much yet, but I will. I may do some fairly serious mods to it, but I don't want to wreck it.
Yeah, 10-4.
Thank you, and come on in at exit 97.
I've got a realistic knob hole. I'm trying to remember the model number. TRC 457, I believe. Anyway, yeah, that's a good radio. Once in a while, I put it, on there.
Did I tell you what my neighbor gave me the last week? Well, it wasn't about 3 days ago, I think.
You want to give me that other permit?
You know those fan kits for a Texas Star 1600 and a 1200?
He gave you a Texas Star 1600 or what?
Yeah, he gave me 2 fan kits for those linears.
Right, the fan kits. Yeah, that would come in handy.
Well, what trips me out is they're over $200 each.
Wow, well, he's generous.
Yeah, it's the whole set. There's 2 of them in the whole pack. 2 different sets, though. They're like $220 a set. So, yeah, it's kind of weird. So much $500 after shipping that guy gave me. Yeah, I don't know.
Went to an estate sale up around North Edmond, and this was a ham operator. He was moving, and he ended up giving me a pickup bed full of radio equipment, mostly CB stuff.
Well, some people just don't know what they have because those fan kits are $220 each before shipping.
I know you're right. Yeah, no doubt.
That guy gave me almost $500 after shipping. So, yeah, it's kind of, it just don't happen all the time,
Over there, exactly. But I've happened upon really good bargains. They were essentially giveaways, but like $50 for 48-foot self-supporting radio tower. But there are other instruments that are thrown in also. So anyway, antenna matcher, antenna tuner, that is antenna analyzer, and then various components. So anyway.
Yeah, well, some people just don't know what they have, and they go giving it away, and it's actually worth money, I guess.
Roger. Yeah, well, they get all panicked. They start feeling smothered by all that stuff. They got a panicked reaction. They just want to get it off of them. And sometimes I'm happy to assist.
My neighbor goes to a lot of flea markets and garage sales and stuff like that all the time. So, when he finds stuff like that, he usually picks it up.
Roger, I'm sure you've probably given him a list of stuff that you're looking for.
No, it's not like that. It just happens, he picks something up, you see something, and asks me if I want it or not. But he's a nice guy.
Hi. Drivers come to the road comes out. We have an open policy. Drivers, how was
Yeah.
Dr. Fauci needs to go to jail. That's who.
Well, speaking of people going to jail, everybody has heard the famous actor Woody Harrelson. Well, he had a dad. I don't remember now what his first name was, but his dad was like a hitman, and he, for years, I guess he went out there and eliminated certain people that mostly the mafia wanted to get rid of, and got a check for it. And then he took out a judge in Texas. I think Maximum John was the judge's nickname. And Woody Harrelson's dad capped his ass and ended up, you know, in prison, of course. And then he ended up in probably the worst prison ever, Supermax in Colorado.
Damn it, boy.
Anyway, from what I understand, his famous son would still visit him at Supermax once in a while. I guess he's dead now, but...
Hey, Scorpio, you think old Twinkle Toes would like my Roger beep? Come on.
As you know, he doesn't care for Roger beeps, and I think you know that, and so I think you probably can answer that question better than I can.
Yeah, I bet that'll be one to get him going, too, right there.
Must be mainly interstate.
I haven't heard from him lately. I wonder what's going on.
Roger. But, yeah, anyway, 102, you and the governor fight fair, no rabbit punching, okay?
Well, that's half the fun.
And I haven't heard him in a while. I think you mentioned that. So, Governor, we're expecting you to reappear on Channel 19 or you're sandbagging.
Appreciate that, man. We'll go back to Cannibal 15 and work up on that.
Well, he's rude and obnoxious, but then again, so is my sister-in-law, and she's still here too, so it's all good.
Well, I won't go there, but I could go to that area of conversation to discuss in-laws, but I guess I should not.
Load it back to drilling.
Hey, if my late wife was here, I probably would have just got slapped in the back of the head for that one, but yeah, it was good.
Roger. That sounds like typically what wives do.
Yeah, if my wife was here, I wouldn't be on here. Come on. Yeah, I spend a lot of time with my wife. I'm on here, so that's what it is.
It is what it is, 10-4.
Yeah, I'm too old for another woman. I don't care to have a woman in my life. It's too hard.
State trooper headed south.
I know either they want to go to the bingo hall, to the bar, or stay home. Come on. Stay in the damn house.
which is good. He said I get like 4,000 up towards the nose, so I'm going to chuck it. Think it should have moved, chucking it.
What the hell is he thinking? Oh, that's probably he wasn't thinking. Mark, you're getting rock over there. How long he gonna be out like this? More rock.
I got to get mine up from there. Play that.
Trail.
I don't know why you idiot pulling over now.
Does your family have any children at all? Well, I bet they were very dead. So they could be a modern art masterpiece.
Yeah, that'll work.
You got all the way out there to Waterloo.
Roger Beach, my radio. It was so cool. Where can I get one?
It is way cool. Roger Beeps were good enough for NASA, and therefore they're plenty good enough for Unit 747.
Roger B, because all I got is this little Cobra 25 with that 102-inch wheel up there, bring on. What about a DX land? What about a DX land? What's your ticket number?
Radio sounds good. No doubt about it. Really running. Good morning. What's new and exciting? What you got? I'm just enjoying another wonderful day above ground. Taco Tuesday, Roger. We went playing Farmer yesterday. We done right.
What the Taco said? 516. You don't know what diesel car wants to know.
Road runner, you southbound?
Sure, I'm going bound with the hammer.
Roger that. I guess you heard of a rollover accident earlier. I'm trying to remember where it was at. I think maybe doggone it, 50th and I-35 or something. Roger that.
Take film on this trail on the outside of the off pad and get some blocks.
Right, exactly.
I won't last a day.
I just gotta get that larger beef, you know, I just think that's so cool. You know, this little Crow 25 ain't got one, but I wonder where I can get one, though. I'm just back here working at a dodo stick, man, a dodo stick, fire dodo stick.
You got
in high school, you know, and I went to school with a bunch of rich doctors and lawyers' sons, you know, and you know, they was going to a party one night, and they wanted some weed. I don't know if they could buy a joint. I'll say you a joint. Them old stupid white boys, too. I drove up, I get the and I cased the rest of it out with pencil sharpeners.
You got a different trailer seat. I just thought they go around me.
Shit, white boys didn't know any different. They thought, boy, they come back and bought some more. They thought that was concrete. They want to try some cocaine, you know, so hell, I hooked them up, you know. I got just a little bit of coke put in there with some gold medal flour. that party, man. Them two white boys didn't know how to smoke a joint. I said, man, you're supposed to inhale it and hold it in your lungs, dude. Like a bunch of gay boys.
Let's keep running 100 a day.
Y'all remember back in the day when the drivers used to talk about something? We used to have a good time out here.
The bad old days of CB.
Right now, you know, he plays with my phones and all that stuff, man. You know, I'm old school. I like it old CB radio. Breaker. See, they got to wear ham radio with 2 meter was getting boring, and heck, they didn't come out with this DMR, man. I can talk to folks all over the world now.
No doubt. Back in the day, and if you were not tearing the shit out of your neighbor's TV, you weren't doing something right.
I used to have I think it was a 750 Mako made by man. When I was a teenager in high school, and my dad got his first big screen TV he had delivered over there. But I fired up that Mako, I burnt that sucker up before you even got a chance to watch it.
Damn it, sounded like he was mad as hell.
Shit, boy, and they covered it under warranty. And they brought him another one, and they said, your son needs to get a bypass filter on that antenna out there, because he was a CV operator. And I said, a bypass filter, he'll get that all that back. I had a Sweet 16, still got it. Even on a base station where I used to have a Silverado pickup, I'd pull up here to Sonic Boy, 102-inch whip, I'd tee that sucker down. Boy, shut all the screens down, or the speakers, well, I'd be getting interfering with the speakers where they couldn't get the orders. I remember going through the parking lot one night, it was Bell Ladyman's department store, and I'd get out there and park right next to it, too, and the mic go, audio, shut, set that alarm off every time. Truck behind me. Days where nobody knows how to drive.
Come on out there. They're taking that man. Shit's going on.
And it's another wonderful day in paradise.
Viva la Trump, El Conquistador. 10-4.
No doubt about it, Plowboy. I guess everything went well for you guys.
Roger. Fairly
fairly good news, I guess. So everything's all right. Went to the Cattleman Steakhouse, ate us a big old steak, headed back south. 10-4.
What I'm talking about, no doubt. Keep up the good work.
All right, neighbor. Have a blessed day. We'll catch you if we're up here tomorrow. Okey-doke.
Roger. Guaranteed.
Click, click.
Wow, boy, and there's nothing wrong being worldwide. And 747 is gone again.
Don't figure it'll be long now, unless you're gonna vote for Kamala again. Then it's gonna be quite a while. Come in.
About it. I'm sure a lot of those they're surely gonna get that concrete mattress, Roger.
Yeah, they're trying to look for a way to get old Fauci on one. He may get it after all, I hope. Oh, Rand Paul. He's been mad at him for several years. Come in.
Look at that. That's bad for the digestion. But anyway, I guess that's his problem.
I'm tired about it. Fucked up now. Man, I hit it. Pretty.
But that's enough to make you mad a long time. I know you're right.
He wrote all that stupid crap down in a diary like a little girl. Come in.
More than that, Roger.
The power divider went out and they go pretty useful. No, there ain't no telling how many miles is on the damn thing when it was pulled out of whatever truck it was pulled out of and shoved up in this one. Yeah. Oh, good shit. You got to fucking around with these parts down here. Put any wood on it.
Johnny Day. Johnny, I'm good. That's just right there.
Well, Playboy, hope all your locals are doing well down there.
Yeah, as far as I know, everybody's in good shape. Roger.
Roger that.
I might need a nap time I get to the house. Come in.
Roger.
I've yet to find anything wrong with a nap. Unless you happen to nap through lunch, then that's a bad deal.
I've pulled over many times to grab 40 winks.
Not we can say.
10-4.
That motherfucker hurt.
Finished the mission. Maybe we're going to put boots on the ground over there pretty soon to complete that mission. Remember recovering all that enriched uranium, and I just finished destroying any nuclear facilities, then install Armadillo or somebody over there and call it a day.
Roger, that's what we was kind of hearing. They're sure talking about it, but anyways, they'd have probably just been better off nuking them and being done with it. Been a lot cheaper. 10-4. Roger that. Turn it into a sea of glass.
Well, yeah, it reminds me of down there in New Mexico. I don't know if I haven't visited either, but around White Sands, where they tested that first nuke that created what are they calling that, trinitite or whatever from the sand. Yes, right.
What's going on? Live from the fast lane. Get it down over the elbow better than the old drive, though.
is that you? Hi, Edwin.
6-9 up in northern Minnesota. I've been trying to warn people for over a year. I've been taking over.
I got a little shorty one. In the garage that pulled out big price. I wake up and it's flat. About 10 to 1 already.
I gotta get ready, you know, then going to help you out there.
Listening to dispatch, while he was attacking the shells across the farm. I got it. Oh, fucking motherfucker. Plywood right now for sector between 1 and 2. Yeah, I got it all back there. Well, come on with it, Art. Did you clear that piece of plywood? Show everybody how things back you are. Get your video crew together. No, brother, I appreciate it. Good back to the 154.
Yeah, fuck them beaners. Fuck them beaner lovers.
Oh, I found out downtown Coney Island ain't shutting down permanently. They're just shutting down long enough for a remodel.
Yeah, they'll be shutting down. Costs too much.
Yeah, the kind of prices you were talking about earlier, I told the missus that shit. She looked at me and her eyes got big. I was like, yeah, damn me.
It's their menu online on that DoorDash and all that bullshit. And their actual deal, that's $3. $3.10 with cheese.
Hell, goddamn, fucking Sonic for their nasty shit. They want that.
Yeah, they're alright, but they ain't worth no $3.
No. They do use them Schwab's hot dogs, which are all beef, and then the chili stuff they use, but that's a lot better than the fucking Sonics.
Referees, that's what they're there for. They like danger.
I see that shit the Highway Patrol is trying to cover up stuff over on that wreck. The witnesses seen a Dodge Charger cut that car off and made him hit the damn semi. The troopers are claiming he hit the semi and that's what caused it. They didn't say anything about the Charger, but everybody that was there seen it. Described the Charger and everything.
Right. And hell, there was one this morning that was going down the wrong way on the highway, hitting cars left and right. It was going south on I-44 on the northbound side.
views and fucking cameras. I tried to get on them cameras this morning and it wouldn't work.
Yeah, I slept in late. I didn't get in here till about 7:15. I was like, damn.
Yeah, there wasn't nobody talking out here anyways. I didn't hear anybody.
This dude just took those little old lawnmower engine mini bikes from back in the day, had them little old 10-inch, 12-inch wheels on them. This guy just took one here. He custom built a set of Springer forks for it and put a rake job on it, made a chopper out of it.
Damn it.
Well, man, far out. Psychedelic, man.
Yeah, just get your little S10 or something. Little small truck, put a lawnmower engine in it. Then you won't have to worry about tag or insurance or anything. Yeah, they build them. I watched them do it on the fucking YouTube. Put a damn fucking lawnmower engine in there and build a frame for it and hook it up to the transmission.
Yep. Law states if it's less than 50 cc.
I think they was doing it with a 5 horse or, I don't know, 5 or 10 horse.
That would be interesting.
It'll be 747. 747, I got a strap on now. I got it snowed where you can just pop it on for hosting.
What?
Wheelmaker members, that's Team VW members, they would all be flocking up on over. Weenie cooking. Can't get across the bridge and taking it. Can we not go across the bridge or what?
not true. She's gained a lot of victims between you, several others, so that makes it all the merrier. There's actually one person that you would Amendment subversive. The author told cannot fight in the presence of another. We will continue with that subject. Arthur Jones cannot come on out and fight his targeted warfare murder victim, targeted cyber warfare murder victim, in the presence of Midlothian police officers. Combat, mutual combat. Illinois does have mutual combat laws. Hit it. Hidden. Mutual combat is hidden in our statute.
You know what's going on right now out in the world? You know, it just reminds me of the movie The Matrix. Another beautiful day.
I'm so happy to be here. I might be better.
Oh yeah, that's the way to do it. You just keep on running your mouth and telling everybody that prosecutors and judges are targeted for warfare murder with the use of an 80,000-pound commercial motor vehicle. On many recording devices, investigators agree. Targeted prosecutors and judges. Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996. It's your right to turn it into a weapon against you. It's your right to weaponize that law against yourself. It's completely eligible for you. United States SDRPLAY. Well, you're very happy that a 13-year-old set you up to be murdered in a court of law. Aren't you reading the transcripts? You're the one that allows a 13-year-old to murder you. You have allowed a 13-year-old to affix explosive device to your vehicle and kill you. That's recorded. Do you not understand you allowed a 13-year-old to affix an explosive device to your vehicle through an Illinois court of law? False claims, false testimony. The state of Illinois has to make up for its unauthorized prosecution of me, but that's okay, because they now have the consent from you. They have children stand on top of a viaduct and dump as much more shots as you wish you'll killing me. Thank you. Children have the right to kill you standing on top of a viaduct. You should watch the video. Again, let's make a reminder here. Over the weekend, the four-wheeler made a video for you to watch. And I suggest you watch it. High-speed the vehicle looks like launching off our Cicero Avenue bridge into
I got you, Terry. Come on.
You have evidence. You now have a video to study. You have a video to study. Keep running your mouth. You have a video to match your mouth. You have chosen to target prosecutors and judges with an 80,000-pound commercial motor vehicle warfare murder weapon. Fuck you. an interesting idea. Can all the killers out here be charged, criminally charged for harboring their victim? Oh, that's a good one.
Where you going, driver? Driver, cold cash up in the gate. Driver, where you going? Cold cash, wanna know, babe? No, get back on that driver. Cold cash is up here in Lake Michigan. Cold cash or no cash. Great Lakes is clear. You have a good day, man. Be safe out there. Cold cash on the shorelines of Lake Michigan got down. I heard you bump it down. Cold cash up here on the shorelines of Lake Michigan. Come on! I don't know, that cat must fell out my radio, but I heard him call me. Cold cash up here around the cold. Getting down. Ambo, both we go.
You can go to 3.
beep, beep. Yep, that's the only way masks work, is if it's a complete, contained, closed system, which means basically a bodysuit with an air tank. Could you imagine if they came out and said that's what we had to have? I mean, it would have been like, oh, the suit and tank's going to cost you $2,000, and people would have been taking out bank loans like a car to get an oxygen suit and shit. But hey, man, don't give them any ideas, but they'll have to try that shit the next time. But, you know, I told everybody that the whole COVID shit was a fucking scam, and that it was the first part. It's the first part of the big scam. The second part has yet to come. The second part is they're going to actually unleash a real virus that's going to be really deadly, and nobody around the world's going to believe it because of COVID. They're going to be like, here we go again, we ain't going to do this and we ain't going to do that, and they're going to unleash a real one that's going to get people mad. You watch.
114 hills and not getting any better.
No, they want 80% of the population gone. I mean, you go and listen to them. Go look at Bill Gates and shit. He is on video flat out saying that they want to find a way to remove 80% of the population.
So what's your point?
Well, I keep telling everybody, and the average person out there just keeps supporting it, but they're done with poor humans. They're done with them. They don't need them anymore. They're replacing all the poor working class with robots and AI and self-driving vehicles and self-whatever, and they're going to be replacing everything. Just yesterday, I watched a video about a robotic sex doll company who is getting into building robots for classrooms. Kids, they actually talk and move their hands and things like that. They'll just put it in a chair, sit it in there, and the kids can interact with it. And it's $50,000, and it'll run for years, you know. They just plug it in a wall. Yep, all this AI shit taking jobs and stuff like that, and, you know, here's the thing, the typical poor person out there, they're supporting it. They're buying AI shit, and buying robotic shit, and buying self-driving cars, and all these vehicles that, I mean, look at those electric cars, man. The majority of those electric cars are literally hackable, and somebody can shut your damn car down while you're going down the road, and you're just driving down the road, and your car shuts off because somebody took control of it. And yet people are still buying them. Everybody out there, if you ain't part of the super rich elite class, I mean, you're not part of their plan. I mean, even these, you know, Hollywood people and sports people and stuff like that, they're not even part of it. They're considered poor class too, because who are they? I mean, what are you? It's like, well, we don't need a bunch of actors and football players and crap like that, so you're part of it, you know? Well, that's the thing, you know. Back in the day, they said, back in the Roman days, they said if you want to control a population, you keep them fed and entertained. And what are they doing around the world? They're making sure there's plenty of food. There's no food shortages, nothing like that. And there's all kinds of entertainment, but everything else is all fucked up. There you go. That's right, that's right. Well, COVID-19 proved how vulnerable the human race is to bullshit. That right there is, it was the whole damn world. right down here on 52, they got a completely self-autonomous restaurant. Indianapolis, I think it's a McDonald's. Well, I guess you walk in, you put your order in on the screen, and you never have any contact with a human being at all the whole time you're there. You were supposed to be off for a whole week. Oh, well, okay. Shows you how much I pay attention. Man, I lose track of time and dates around here, man. What do I do to keep track of dates? Yeah, somebody will tell me, they'll be like, Riley, what are you doing on the radio? And I'll be in there talking to them Sunday or something. I'm like, what? I'll look at it. I'm like, son of a bitch. Not me, man. When it's after hours, I turn this radio off. I've had enough of listening to stupid. I turn it off, man.
I know you turn it off. Sometimes I catch you about an hour after the closing time. Oh, I didn't realize it was that late.
Yeah, but like I said, I don't really pay attention to time and dates. I mean, I don't have any reason to. Okay, well, enjoy the rest of your day.
know how the women love their body. Every point you can. That's what you get in. Like I say, anywhere from $200 to $500. Girl, we can go half with you. Wrong now, baby girl.
If my mom do that to me, I better have you come in there.
Everything done for you. Thank you. Ain't nothing like y'all.
Yeah, we handle everything here to start a business. But I handle the truck.
As a man should.
Busted right about now. He told me to slow down. He said, asked me to go in slow in the first place. Oh, he ain't talking. He's trying about now. I ain't trying to hear that.
we can turn in behind the hill.
That's all I got. That's all this fucking truck would do. Like I said, stop licking yourself and getting all worked up, motherfucker.
Yeah, what he said.
You a drink? Don't give a goddamn, motherfucker. It's insured.
Don't be threatening somebody's life. That's not right. Don't get out and be fisticuffs. That's alright. The fucking guns and knives in the truck.
You was the first motherfucker that truck.
I'll have to go down and motherfucking road.
The center lane all the way down through here.
pretty hot outside right now. Pretty hot.
That might have been hay rape, but I guess it wasn't.
Yeah, 19, pretty quiet. Yeah, I'm gonna go back check in now.
Damn it, boy. Yo, 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 yo. Yep,
It's working. Anytime.
sir. Oh, sick. I appreciate it. Wait till I get home and tell my wife somebody else said I had a pretty feeder.
there and turn left. We're going to Oakwood Homes. But yeah, when we get up there, I'll have to go left. Take it all up though.
Where y'all going with that mobile home?
We can get him everything. Oh, I'm on that. I can do that. Justin, we're going to block the road so you can do whatever you need to do. If you want 1 and 2, I got 1 and 2 for you right now. Leon, you drop back here with me.
I beat you, Justin.
Yeah, I see that. We may have had a little bit of complication. They got half the damn case together.
Need help getting in there, Justin, or I can turn over there and get over there?
Nah, I'm in it.
Yes, sir. What you need?
I got to turn left right here. These guys will get out of my way. So if you'll just watch my tail swing on that gate.
Yeah, boy.
Maybe, I'm not sure yet. Let me get set up right here. Pretty sure I'll be okay, but we'll see.
when you done drunk was taking a nap? Scorpio, did you get that hay bale? Just not 102, what are you doing? Nap time in the CB land.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet out there.
He's been watching too much TikTok.
Hey, we got a sharp cut with the e-brake intended. Got trouble forward with the foot on. Well, let's do that. Before 5 is over 153. What I can tell to get on this trip tonight. It's lovely. There's no one else to do, so I hope that take their time. Oh, there's a little bit bomb bar. There's a little bit bomb bar. On this one, same right to the stall. Just getting narrow, of course, one lane. But you can see just fine. Still got 3 lanes for now as you exit.
racist motherfucker.
Shut up, Snake. Fucking
What'd you call me, motherfucker? Little whack, pasty, cracker motherfucker.
You're good, I'm just going to the left here, one second.
Hey, we got to back out of this place here.
passing them. I'm still out of your way. Yeah, that's my dad.
Parking lot, you run it middle. After that truck comes by, you come on roll for it.
My bus, I'm not moving. I'm just parking to the side here. Thank you. help you too?
Yo, motherfucker. Racist son bitch. Damn it. These ghetto noodles are hot. Yeah, some ramen noodles. It's ghetto noodles.
You can eat a snow cone.
Yeah, chicken flavored with some habaneros in it.
Watermelon flavor with some chicken spice. 2,700 spices, come on.
Yeah, I put the habanero spice in there. That's from out of my backyard. And where you at? Well, I'm pointed like southeast over. Sound like you're way the hell out there.
By Stanley Draper. Down in the bottom, can you hear me any better now?
A little bit.
410.
I think there's something wrong with this fucking beam. I don't know. It's just weird. I'm having a hard time hearing motherfuckers around here.
Asian got his fucking phone held up to his face, watching fucking Karate Kid or something. For them to help wax on, wax off.
Watching them Chinese bitches make that egg drop soup.
Yeah, sorry. What? TFO?
That's why I don't eat that shit.
Where you at? TFO, about a mile from me. This thing sound okay? Damn it.
bad, driver going eastbound.
Didn't even see him on the SDR or nothing.
Damn it.
I'm saying, I don't know what the fuck. There's a lot of weird shit. That antenna's kind of tilted downward a little bit. I should have took that screw out and tilted it the other way, tilted it up.
Did you ever get your SDR relay working right?
I don't know, it's working. Talking about the relay?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I ain't had no trouble out of it since I redid it the last time.
What'd you do, put a bigger relay in it?
It's a different relay. I don't remember what. I just got was it 2 relays in there? I think I had 3 in there at one time. I got one in there for my speakers, computer speakers, so when I key up it disconnects them, so I don't have no talkback. Then I got one in between one of them runs the radio and the SDR and the antenna back and forth. I had one of them 30 amp relays in there. That was a fucking loud motherfucker.
Got that?
Yeah, I don't have it in there now. I did. You hear that motherfucker key up, that relay kicking over.
Put you one big vacuum relays in there.
Shit, I don't need none of that. Where am I gonna get vacuum from?
I don't know. Gary's probably got one in his Henry 2K to give you. Alright, I gotta get off here for a minute. I'll be back.
Me and my ghetto noodles and we're getting on down. Yo, motherfucker. I know where you're at. They was talking about some fucked up shit out here yesterday, apparently. Somebody reported my video and they put age restriction on it. That's what they claim, but all my videos are age restricted, but I don't know what the fuck's wrong with these motherfuckers out here. You know, fucking turned my shit in for bogus crap. The fuck? All I know, keep on doing it. It don't matter. I got another screen name that I live stream on. Good luck trying to find it. There's only a few people know it. Ain't no doubt about it. Bunch of crying ass, whiny, bag ass bitches. Yeah! Gary will show up tomorrow. That's Wednesday. Wednesday is the food stamp shuffle. Yeah.
My old dad.
Everybody's crying online about their T-Mobile something. I don't know. I got T-Mobile. Mine never stopped.
I don't know anything about it.
I didn't know nothing about it until I just seen it. And it says on the down detector. What the hell? This motherfucker talking about he paid $340 a month. I pay $40 a month for unlimited everything at T-Mobile. These people are dumb.
$300 a month just to have a phone.
I said 340. I don't know what the hell.
I gotta get rid of my phone. Crank that air conditioner down to 60.
left. I came home.
Got too hot.
UV. What's up, UV? Motherfuckers can't make up their mind whether that Coney Island's closing or it's just temporarily closing for renovations. They can't get their story straight.
They want to make a Coney taco.
I don't know, they're fucking, on their menu, they're $3.10 with cheese. The regular one's $3 now. You want cheese on it, it's $3.10.
Yeah, you can buy a whole package of hot dogs.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about yesterday. They'll wind up putting themselves out of business.
I remember there's only like $1, maybe $1.10 or something a piece.
Yeah, when I worked at Tire Town, they were straight up $1. It might have been 90 cents or something, and then they went to $1. And then they just kept going up and up and up.
I used to walk down Main Street. I'd get a Frito pie, 2 hot dogs, 3 or 4 jalapenos. It wasn't that much.
Yeah, fucking David Pussy Bitch Holt is on X posting pictures. Oh, I took the day off in the office, first day in office. I went to Coney Island on Main Street, and there's a picture of him in there. I said, there you are again. And here you are, pandering again. What a loser. That's all that motherfucker does, dude. I can't stand that Fucking piece of shit. Mother ain't did nothing for around here. He's all, I'm the mayor. Mayor of what? Fucking Retardville?
Yeah. Yeah. Crazy. Mexiville, Capitol Hill. Going 40 miles an hour and ain't nobody in front of him. That is the minimum, I think.
Minimum.
I thought that tape was deleted.
Damn. I guess I found an old S from 2015. I guess, what was this? 2009, the guy ate 16 conies in 18 minutes.
75 pounds in your mouth. And 2 in your butt.
And before that, 2006, Jerry Cusack, winner, ate 15 in 19 minutes.
He was hungry.
In your butt.
I always wondered if they had that. Hell, I'd try it.
Well, they definitely have a copy.
Not for no $3 a hot dog, though.
All them hamburgers are like $10, $15 a hamburger. I'll be back.
If you get that grass cut. I hope you didn't wait till now, because it's smoking.
Think about making a pot of coffee, go sit out on the patio, and watch the world go by.
Hope you got an air conditioning Florida room.
Hell yeah, it's one hot motherfucker out there.
Ah, it feels good. Let me turn that heater up.
Hey, turn that goddamn heater off. We don't need it. Turn the heater off and open the windows.
How about your 747? You get that grass cut?
I don't think he's on the radio.
Goddamn, I hope he ain't out there in the heat of the day trying to cut grass. That's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, boy.
Shit, that little gal across the street from me, she was smart about that shit this morning. At 5 or 7, she was out there in her little Daisy Duke shorts, fucking fired that lawnmower up and went after it.
Hell yeah. Old David Holt's on top of it, sucking ass.
Yeah, I know it.
I took my first day in office. I come down here to Coney Island.
And it's such a beautiful thing the Hispanic people have done to that area. I was reading that off. My missus looked at me and she goes, where? She goes, they pretty well tore it up.
I was talking about that one downtown. He's posted a picture of himself apparently when he took office or whatever, going down there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but they're not closing permanently. They're just closing for remodeling.
There we go. We woke up.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. I think they'll probably both go out of business, because how you gonna stay in business when you jack up your shit like that? $7 for some spaghetti. It's been sitting there all day.
Yeah, I know. It was $3.50. I guess jacked the prices up because the family still owns both of them. Because they were talking to the people down there on 25th Street down in Capitol Hill. They see how the one up downtown just closing long enough to do some remodeling, renovation in the building, and they'll be back open. And in the news trying to say, oh, they've been in business since 1928. They don't know how to read the fucking sign since 1924. Educated people in the media. Look what college will do to you.
Yeah, I ran across old David Holt talking about Maps 5 and all this bullshit. See, fucking pandering motherfucker. So y'all been milking the taxpayer on that shit. He said something about, oh, the bike lanes and that. I told him, I left a comment on it. I said, fucking bike lanes are unsafe for people to ride their bikes on. There's so much fucking debris on it and shit. Shit ain't safe to ride on.
No shit. And besides, everybody on bicycles are out riding in the middle of the street looking over their shoulder.
That's why I put on there. They don't use that. They ride out in the goddamn street.
Yeah, right in the middle of the lane, and then look back over their shoulder at you like you're the stupid fucking crazy one. Hell, I lay on the air horn at them, and they start flipping me off. I fucking lay on them more. Get out of the fucking road. I had one jump off, throw his bicycle down. You want some shit? I rolled down the window, had my pistol laying on my belly. He just walked over and picked his bicycle up and went on. I'm like, don't get stupid. They don't realize that traffic laws apply to them, holding up traffic.
Yeah, old soy boy, I don't remember what that guy's name was, but he asked something about, would you notify us every quarterly or whatever? And he replied to him, told him to sign up for some shit, so I've been dropping comments in there since he responded to that guy. I see you motherfuckers been milking people on this map shit. And I put on there, when it first started, it was Metropolitan Area Public Schools, and then y'all changed it, and you changed everything online to show that it don't even say that anymore. And I said, this shit all began as the string of pearls.
Yep. And that was back there in the late 80s.
Yeah, they were going to connect Overholser to the Draper over there and all that bullshit back then.
Yep, all along that river and all the way down to the southeast side of the city.
Oh my God, there's somebody who was around back then. Oh shit.
But actually, the originated path projection of it would have been just east of me over here.
Well, that 36th Street over here, that was the route that they took to put that, that's where it was going. that walkway bullshit, connecting all that crap together.
Yeah, they got it all down Grand. Now the Grand curves over once you get east of 35, it starts going northeast. And then once you get past Eastern, it goes more northeast. And then curls around and goes north all the way up to 15th Street and then crosses 15th. And goes back north down to the river.
Yeah, I remember that. String of pearls.
You're not supposed to remember that stuff.
You know, we didn't take the shots to fuck our goddamn train of thought up.
It's never been a string of pearls, it's always been maps. Maps.
I've been on a map.
I was talking with my brother about some shit. This dude's a drafting engineer, works with computers and drafting and mechanical shit. And we was talking about, you know, back in our school days, I said, hell, I thought I was too cool for school, you know, how you were the one making the good grades, you know, the one with the brains. He said, I don't believe that. He said, anybody that's self-taught himself the shit you self-taught yourself shows a vast intelligence. He goes, things I can't even fucking do, you're doing. And you didn't have no training for it. And he said, and the memory you have is something else. He said, you remember shit that I don't. And see, we remember a lot of this crap, but just like that damn pirate movie that had Sinbad the comedian in it. They swear up and down that fucker don't exist, but you and I have both seen it.
I remember shit. I don't know. I remember him doing that crap. I don't know if I watched it, but I remember all that shit back then. Before they had all this crap they got going on there.
Yeah. Remember we had been in a discussion of that a few times in the last 10 years about when they were doing that genie shit and some pirate crap, whatever it was. Sinbad, that comedian, the black comedian dude.
Yeah, I watched him. He swears up and down he didn't do it. Well, how in the hell did they get that clip? We didn't have any of that shit back then to do all that.
Yeah, I know. I remember it because a buddy of mine had it on fucking VHS tape. With a factory printed out label. In fact, I think I even had a copy of it up until 98, 99. And it was on VHS, and I gave away all my VHS tapes and my VHS player to one of the kids with a bunch of, that had like five of our grandkids. And they didn't have nothing else to do during the summer, so we had 2 cardboard boxes full of VHS tapes and a VCR, so they got gifted it. Boy, they had fun with it. Had all kinds of older movies in there, Jumanji and all kinds of shit.
Hey, this shit's fucked up. Oh, Scorpio was talking about something about the moon and all that shit. He sent me a link to this deal, the video, but the video repeated itself. It never showed any pictures or nothing. It showed pictures, but it didn't show anything that it was supposed to be telling you about. Even in the comments, people called it out as fucking AI. So I started talking to that AI shit. I had that motherfucker give up. It gave up. wanted to talk about something else.
That's like when you start brain picking the AI.
Yeah, wanted to talk about some other kind of shit. I'm like, how the fuck you get through you can't see the radiation belt, and it's, well, you know, they had this and that, and da-da-da-da. I said, well, Russians tried to get through it, and they killed all kinds of animals trying to send it through it, and it finally gave up. It wanted to talk about something else.
Yeah, because there's no viable answers to give.
And that video, I guess they had a lunar thing going around the moon. Claims it was 12 miles off the surface of the moon. And snapped pictures of all the shit that's on there. But this was in like 2009 or some bullshit. I don't know. That's kind of funny. If it happened in 2009, why are we just now fucking hearing about it?
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I don't know. I'm kind of stepping away from that pot of stew. That don't even smell right.
That shit tripped me out though. That fucking AI shit gave up.
Yeah.
And then I said something to it about that NASA claiming they lost the technology to go back to the moon. It's like, well, that was took out of context. Motherfucker, I watched the video. I watched the whole video where he fucking talked about that shit. It wasn't took out of context.
No shit. When you flat out say, well, we lost the technology, we no longer have it. You don't lose the technology. It's like once you learn to ride a bicycle, you never forget.
And then there's a video of them talking to Buzz Aldrin and shit, and he admitted that it was a hoax. And it even referred to that as, oh, it was took out of context, he was just joking. Every time, and you look at all them videos, and when they hit them with questions, they all clammed up. Nobody wanted to say anything.
Well, hell, what would you expect?
But, you know, it's kind of hard to, you know, they want you to believe that shit. And then you see how advanced all these other countries are, like China and all that shit. Got their own space station, got all this technology way more advanced than what we got here. And they can't even get to the moon. You can send rovers and all that shit there, but ain't no fucking people going up there.
I think we were keyed together. Go ahead.
I was talking about all that bullshit they claim and all that stuff, and that like China and all that, how advanced they are, and they can't even get up there, and they got more advanced shit than we got.
Yeah. It's like those that say, well, you hear that kid crying, that kid's crying. That kid be standing out of tearing his eyes still all clear, just making a bunch of noise. And that's what they do to us. They try to deceive you through a bunch of fucking lip flapping. And people lap it up like a fucking soup, too.
It's like all that shit, you know, like that SpaceX. I mean, hell, they can launch shit up and retrieve the freaking rockets, land themselves back on a launch pad. Hell, NASA never could do that shit. And then you got the blue orgy. That was all fake. They didn't even go to outer space. That was some green screen shit.
Yeah. Yeah, NASA still can't land one back on the lake. We gotta drop it out here in the middle of the ocean like we did back in the 60s. Dude, that was fucking 60 60 fucking plus years ago. They might as well still beat their chest and go, And people laugh it up like it's fucking, I mean, crazy. It's like this fossil fuel shit. Well, the dinosaurs, what created the oil beneath the surface of it? No, they didn't.
Yeah, dude, I've researched that shit, and it wasn't fossil. When it became fossil fuel, the dude, I sent the deal to Scorpio, the documentary about that, how it became known as fossil fuel.
Yeah, but it didn't come from the dinosaur fossils like some think, because that's what they've led to believe. This Earth puts off the volcanic molten activity in its core. And just like a pipe you smoke the weed through, you develop resins and oils in it that'll bubble up, be liquefied. Them seep up like that from the steam of that shit, seeps up through the cracks in the fucking earth and develops oil pockets. This is why this earth is never going to quit producing oil. It's going to keep producing it.
Have you ever talked to the ISS?
Yeah, they're in low Earth orbit. They can put shit up in low Earth orbit, that's about it.
But yeah, we're not, this Earth's going to keep producing oil. It ain't ever going to run out. That's all a bunch of bullshit. It's a natural byproduct this planet puts off because of the molten activity below the core, or below there, or down toward the core. It pushes all that moisture, that shit, up into the cracks, which is now what we call crude oil.
Yeah, that ISS shit, there's an app. You can track it. I did it before, and I've seen it with my own eyes fly across the sky. We sit out there at the lake fishing at night with that app, and you'd see it buzz across the sky. It's inside the Earth's orbit. It's in the low Earth orbit, flying around.
You know, I seen some weird shit one night. Me and Buddy O'Reilly and this kid used to live across the street set up on Cottonwood up there around Camp Road. And that kid looked over and goes, "Hey, John." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Look up." I looked up the sky, and there's these four objects going north through the sky, way up there, about look like stars. But they were all in synchronicity with each other, moving the same speed and the same gap between them. Then it seemed like they got into a little spot in the sky, and first one turned and went off to the east, a sharp 45. Second one hit that same spot, sharp 45. Third one did it, and the fourth one, and all of a sudden here comes this fifth one. It's just kind of making little jerk spurts like it's acting like a clown. It gets to the same spot where they all turn, it sits there for a second, then it just takes off real fast to get up behind them. And we was all laughing like he was being the clown. Then the shit I seen down there on the river that night with me and Rick Woodall, old laugher. Oh, yeah. Let's put it this way, he never wanted to go fish with me again after that.
Yeah, I've seen some fucked up shit. Hell, I'm out there at that Jeffrey Horton guy, Horton Motors. We used to go out there to his land, out there in Luther and hog hunting shit. And he had some ponds. We was fishing out there one night. I seen a motherfucker shit flying across, stop, and then turn like a L. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's kind of what these four objects did that one night out there on Cottonwood, and then that fifth one come up, just making little spurts, and like it was like somebody was kicking in the button, it'd roll longer and stop, and it'd go again, until it got to where everybody else turned and then went. But that shit me and no laugher seen down there on the river that night, that was live and living color. And boy, was that live and living color. That was right upon us, putting a cast of shot, putting a reflection in the river of it being there. And then it just like cloaked, it was gone. And he's over scuffing and putting all his shit together. I said, what are you doing? He goes, fuck this, man. I've had enough of this. Because when I was flicking that flashlight at it before it moved out across the river and sat in the middle of the river area, he's screaming, don't do that, don't do that. And I'm like, why? He goes, it's going to get us. I'm like, man, if it's going to get us, it already done it. I kept watching my watch, though, because, you know, you'll hear about people that have encountered, they'll say, time lapse so long. Well, we didn't have that happen. That whole ordeal lasted from when I very first seen it way off in the distance. It might have lasted 3-4 minutes. And it got to about the size of this house, whatever it was. Hell, I know a lot of people don't believe that shit, and I really don't care if they do or not. The two of us that were there that night, he was a witness, he seen it. And I know I seen it, that's all I care.
Damn. This fucking whistling diesel dude is doing the Cybertruck durability test 3. He's already did 2 of them and fucked it all up. Said he spent $40-something thousand getting it fixed so he could drive it again.
Damn it.
Motherfuckers going down the highway, ripped the sun visors off and passed them off to somebody, pulled up next to him filming him. Then he ripped the front headliner out and gave it to somebody else while he's going down the highway.
Damn it. Yeah, I was fucked up that night. Hell, he laughed or went up there and sat in the truck. I turned and went back to fishing probably for about another 30 minutes. He hollered out, man, you coming? I'm like, yeah, all right, I'll come. I didn't want him sitting in the truck all fucking night. I kind of wanted to see if it'd come back, whatever it was. But hell, it may have never left. Like I said, it was just like, boom, somebody turned off the movie theater deal. It was gone. No trace of in the sky of it, no reflection down in the water, no nothing. It was just gone.
Probably probed you. You didn't even know it.
Do what?
I said it probably probed you. Probably probed both of y'all and y'all didn't even know it.
Well, I kept looking at my watch, and I mean, like I said, the whole incident lasted about 3 minutes, so it wasn't like we disappeared, and then 3 hours later, I'm like, wow, what happened in the last 3 hours? But it was just like it cloaked out, like somebody turned out the switch and it was gone. Do what? Somebody real squeaky out there talking some kind of shit. Somebody.
All I hear is a beep. Must be on a striker. I heard it again.
Yeah, I heard a voice, but I couldn't tell what it said, but I heard that beep at the end of it.
I know it's got a lot quieter on the radio since all them guys went to them striker radios. You don't hardly hear anybody out here anymore.
Yeah, but what's sad is hell, the locals said around here died down. Like they're thinning out, either dying off or giving up. We're turning into them old motherfuckers, man, from when we were back when young ones, when we were young men, teenagers, early 20s and shit. We're them old bastards we used to sit and listen to.
Don't stop talking about outer space. It's getting bizarre.
Said, fuck it, man, it's too hot to cook. We did the Sonic brown bag special in $7 meal deals. Wasn't too bad. Hell, a regular Sonic cheeseburger with extra onions, extra tomatoes. It had a French medium fry, I think it was, or a small fry. 5-piece chicken nugget tender thing, whatever you call it. Drink for $7. And the way to get good fresh French fries, motherfuckers with no salt. They gotta make new ones.
Dial in.
Good evening. And they too.
Damn it. I guess somebody like tagged my shit last night. My video from last night. I got up this morning, well, after I changed it, started this one here. This motherfucker hit me up on my studio app thing on YouTube talking about that we had to make your stuff 18 and older, because they were talking about suicide and all. So it's like, what the fuck? Hell, all my shit is set for adults. I don't, in the options it says, do you make content for kids or just adults only or whatever? And that's what mine is, for adults only. I don't make content for kids.
Who knows shit? Hell, Taco Paco thought he was gonna play his little cockroach music, and then you keyed up and it just dropped him right out. Bloop.
Yeah, fuck that cockroach music. Yeah, I stole that from, that's freaking Polish music. They stole that shit.
Yeah, polka, playing in accordions. Ding 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 ding. That describes about goddamn 85% of their music right there.
All that Mexican music's got the same beat. Well, they got like maybe 3 beats, but it's all the same shit. Yeah, I don't know, man. I sent him a comment. I'm like, why y'all fucking doing that shit for? I said, hey, y'all claim I was showing nudity on one of my streams, and all I run is a SDRPLAY software. There's no videos or nothing on that shit, so I don't know where y'all claim you seen nudity at. Yeah, they took that whole stream off, claiming there was nudity on it.
Or someone proclaimed that there was nudity.
I don't know, but posted it, and as soon as I did, I got another email. Well, we reviewed it. Motherfuckers didn't review shit. It's that goddamn AI bullshit.
Yeah, it just went over and seen the fucking note that it's attached. Someone turned in and said it showed nudity.
I still didn't. I can still watch that video myself, but on their little bullshit there, but I don't know where in the hell they claim there's nudity at.
They little crybabies.
I keep getting warnings and all this shit, and I got community warning shit for that crap, and it don't expire till August something another. Hell, a while back, it's been quite a few years ago, I got a strike for putting a documentary on there about that coronavirus shit. They said, oh, it's misinformation, and I got a fucking strike. And then now that documentary was true. So, I'm like, what the fuck, man?
No, that's the way it goes.
It wasn't misinformation, it was spot on.
Oh, I know, but you know how that fucking left-wing bullshit is. Damn, one man shoots another because that man was flirting with his wife, so he shoots him. He kills him.
Speedy doing over there, Cabot?
Sandbagging.
All them crybabies crying about your live stream.
Oh yeah, fuck them. That's what I was saying earlier. If I get banned or whatever, I'll just start streaming on my other channel. I already streamed a few times on there, but so there's only a few people know about it.
Right.
I'll still be documenting no matter what.
Yeah, so them fools that want to play the game, get ready to play the big game.
Are you playing games these days?
Do what?
I'm sure other people are streaming.
What kind of games are we playing?
Oh, they can play mind games all day long there, Roger.
How about his live stream? They did something
with the idiots.
Somebody crying about that shit or something?
Oh, there's always somebody crybagging about something.
Other day, Another faggot fucking offended. I guess.
Oh, yeah. The Rainbow Coalition.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the way it is.
Well, I look at it, them girls want to lay around and eat carpet, and guys want to lay around and fucking lick a mushroom shaft. That's fine. But don't stand there and fucking try to convince me of it.
Yep. If you're that goddamn offended, just go sit down in the corner somewhere. Be offended over there. You ain't got to goddamn tell everybody about it.
No shit. Well, I know guys that are gay, and there's boundaries that are respected mutually, and without having to fucking discuss it, it just stays there. They have their life, I have mine, but we're still friends. And I've known them since fucking grade school. Shit, hell, at one time, fuck, they were married, they had fucking 4 kids. Just like normal guys, and then things happen. But they don't go around acting like a fucking blooming fucking faggot either.
Yeah, they got mad because the animal crap.
I could sit both of them guys down in a room at a table and go to having conversations with everybody, and you'd never could tell it in their cages. And ain't neither one of them going around trying to act like a bitch. I don't care who you are or what you are, it's how you act. Fire and hole.
Jimmy cracked corn, and I don't care. the day be on? Guess so.
Awfully quiet out here.
Yes, it is.
I heard a professor down in Puerto Rico. How you doing, Buffalo?
Oh, doing pretty good. Trying to keep warm.
Well, if you'd quit shaving that buffalo fur off, you'd stay warm. So dang hot out there right now that I need to clean the Camaro up and get it ready for cars and coffee Saturday.
Better find a shade tree.
Nah, I'll be there so early that I'll be gone by 9 o'clock before the heat even kicks up. I'll get there probably around 6:30. Supposed to be some big hoopla thing, I guess. So we'll see what shows up. It's in Edmond, so you can only imagine the cars that'll show up. So what's new and exciting for Buffalo, other than trying to stay warm?
Oh, just hanging out. Went there and ate breakfast with the wife, and she went to bed so she can go to work tonight.
heard that. That's one thing I can honestly say. I've never worked nights.
Yeah, I'd rather work nights, me myself.
I heard that. Well, it's whatever floats your boat, you know. I'm not a night person. That's what I forgot. I needed to order a Bird SO239 connector. That's what I forgot to do.
Uh-oh. Now you gotta wait for that part.
But I've had this thing together for 3 or 4 years, and I'm just now fixing it, so I don't think it's in a hurry there. But what's funny is taking that barrel connector out of line for the end connector. I couldn't believe that it made that much of a difference on my receive.
Right, Joe. You guys stop talking about faggots. Keep talking about outer space.
What? Yeah, it's weird how something little change everything.
Yep. Well, you really see it because on this SDR, I set the noise floor at a certain level, and when I changed out the connector in that particular SO239, well, barrel connector I should say, end connector, my noise floor came up. I'm like, dang.
147060. Stop talking about faggots and talk about outer.
Who is that?
Oh, you smart guys.
Charlie Delta.
Turn off. There we go. I'm still trying to figure out what he's talking about.
What's who talking about what?
You trying to figure out what you're over there talking about.
You guys got off of outer space and astronauts. Start talking about faggots. Leave the faggots alone. Just get on outer space. I'd love to hear you smart guys talk about that.
What? I never talked with you. Got us mixed up with somebody else, Charlie Delta.
Nope. All you see bears are plenty smart.
Lay off the crack pipe.
Do what?
I said lay off the crack pipe.
I don't have any crack pot. Never done any crack. Never did any drugs.
Okay, drink more water.
Well, no, I just wanted you to keep talking about outer space, and I guess you were talking about the International Space Station.
garage, it'll get to 2 meter, but yeah, I never talk on 2 meter. That's like the extension of CB.
You have to get a program on the computer to find out when that space station flies right over you. And you aim your Yankee right at it. And you know what a Yankee is. It was 5 watts. You can talk to them.
Are they in the gigahertz band? That would explain why you can do that.
We'll do that. Anyway, leave the fagos alone. Fagos and fairies. Let's talk about outer space. You guys are smarter than that.
What?
I think he's got us confused with somebody before.
Repair radios and crap. Talk about outer space.
Yeah, we were talking about bird meters.
I guess bird meters are outer space. I don't know.
And they're faggots. Yes, I don't know.
Man, I need to go find my phone so I can look up one of those connectors and get it ordered before I forget again.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Order up to the we don't have a set, then one to spare.
You okay over here, Charlie Delta? Getting too hot.
Man, for some reason or another, I had all kinds of static here for a little bit.
The UV rays. Hello, Moon Dog.
Wave my hand over, Buffy. I'll get back with you when that static lays down. It's bad.
Awful. Pasture going bad in your air conditioner or something.
Worldwide, dipsqueak, mobile, standing by.
Worldwide, no doubt about it. In the mobile with no peel. Wave my hand, Rock.
Worldwide radio, Buffalo Hill. Come in, show up.
Show up.
Now what in the world possessed you to come up with that comment? God, he's got to have dick sucking on his mind. Wait a minute. On top of Lanier Hill, I'm back quiet.
Roger, on top of the bridge, no doubt. Beautiful, beautiful Tuesday evening.
Don't let it get away.
Houston, we're not alone.
come it's so noisy out here?
You got a bunch of racket.
I don't know, Rocky. I turned mine on a while ago. Man, it's just crazy. Sound like a storm coming.
Well, I think the drivers today just as soon run you over there.
I don't think they know how to drive. I think we just give license to anybody.
Yeah, I know.
But, you know, there's people out there that can't get IDs. So, you know, we have to take care of those people. Can't get IDs.
Another wrong way driver this morning on the turnpike.
Was it one of them tailheads in an 18-wheeler?
No, looked like an SUV. Ran into a bunch of cars and hit two semis. Tore his car up.
Meat wagon just jumped off there by the Petro. Got the disco lights going.
Alright, got those ordered.
They'll be here Monday.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Blue doggy, dude.
Out there, y'all are backed up all the way down there past Norman, damn near.
Damn 5 o'clock traffic.
Yep, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
That's what caused y'all trouble.
Appreciate that, driver. What mile marker that is, you know?
Man, I don't want to lie to you, sir, but I know I'm in 145, like 135, 140, somewhere in that neighborhood. It's just right before you get to there where the left curves are. What is the driver?
Driver.
Cooling off out there now, isn't it, Rocky?
Yeah, I got 101.
Hello, Rocky.
What is that? 1,378. What's that old saying? Rubberneck, 5 cents a stretch.
Sure am glad I'm not out there in that old hot shop.
Hell yeah. That's a big old fan on you.
And the ceiling fan going.
Hey, CNC, are those, antennas actually work?
Yeah, I drove by your old business there. They still got your garage door open up. They didn't air condition it yet.
I'm sure they haven't. When they re-roofed that building, they took all them big giant whirlybird things off, so the air wasn't circulating no more. Sure got hotter.
I would imagine so. You gotta have them whirlybird deals up there.
These were huge, giant ones. They took them all out, covered the whole of it.
4, roger, right on.
Yeah, come again.
Running down that I-35, are you?
Well, it's about like I'm running. I could run just as fast as I'm driving speed.
Buffalo was out there.
Yeah, he's out there sandbagging.
Yeah, I'm still here.
There we go. The truth is out. Well, I'm going to back out of here. I got Don on the phone that's making the feedback.
Okay, Speedy, tell Don I said hey.
All right, Speedy, tell Don I said keep it between the ditches. Watch out for banana peels.
Speedy Gonzalez, he finally come home. He quit drinking in for hours, and now his supper never gets cold. Well, Don hasn't left for work yet, has he, Buffy? I wouldn't think so. You know how them bosses are, they just make up their own hours.
I wonder if he's even woke up yet.
Said he was on the phone with him.
He could be sleep talking. You can sleepwalk, y'all be able to sleep talk.
Roughnecks somewhere sleepwalking.
Well, he might be sleepwalking, but we know he's not sleep talking because he's not out here.
back when everything was black and white.
Yeah, and it wasn't racist at all, because it's just black and white.
Yeah, wasn't no getting mad about it. Yeah, it's going to start raining. Don't know if we'll get some, but all around it's going to rain.
She's ready to walk the dog.
Drink a lot of water. Walking the dog. Put a little barrel under that, you know, like them rescue dogs and big ones. Put water in it. They can carry the water around, ice water. I wonder what was in that barrel. Coffee?
Coffee, Band-Aids, stuff like that.
Beef jerky.
CB radio.
Yeah. Walkie-talkie.
Damn. You sound like you're getting excited over there, Roger B. Come on, you like it. Yeah, maybe his twat hurt. He's your Roger B.
Yeah, it's the heat getting to him. I'm married now. I never got my ass kicked. I got in a few fights, but I didn't lose. Dope at the dog park. Catch you later, Rocky.
Loaded 2 Roger right on.
Hey, watch out. Don't turn your Roger beef on unless y'all crying.
Somebody's got gator going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, just turn it back up. I ain't heard anything. Still don't hear them.
Must be my radio or my voice triggers them all.
Hell, I don't know. I don't hardly hear them anymore out there on the road unless they're over here right by me. They, it's like through the years, I guess they downgraded.
Yeah, he's out there crying now. I can't hear him. The audio ain't loud enough. He walked all over.
Damn it. Yeah, I don't hear him at all. Gonna have to pump it up.
I was wondering why it was so quiet. The cat knocked the thing off frequency.
Spent all that money at the truck stop, CB shot, and they still can't get out. Paid $800 for this damn thing, and I can't get out half a mile down the road. everything. I got pretty low noise floor there.
Boondoggy said he had a bunch of racket over by his house.
Rather than damn Mexicans. It's a pretty cool neighborhood over there where he's at. Sure it's all fucked up by now. It's all them fucking, I don't know. It's about like around here. Yeah, way bigger lots over there.
Yeah, it's like my sister's house. She's dead now, but she had a pretty good piece of land over there. All of a sudden, yeah. Then the house next door burnt down.
Like a lot of stuff around here these Mexicans took over, it winds up getting burnt down. I think they just can't make it, so they just burn their shit down and collect insurance. I seen that shit they was talking about on there a while ago, about that guy shooting another guy, killing him for flirting with his old lady. This happened way up on the north side at some sports club or some shit. And they finally got one of them over there on south side somewhere on 35. For sure a black dude, but I don't know if he's the one that got shot or is the one doing the shooting. They didn't clarify that part.
Some coach fooling with the girl. Wife ratted on him. He got mad, killed her, and killed himself.
Yeah, he's a fucking pedophile.
That's what she said. He was a pedophile or something. Some coach.
They was doing some of that TikTok bullshit. Called them an influencer. That TikTok shit's fucking retarded, dude. I've checked it out every now and then. Not here lately, but just stupid shit on there. Makes your brain cells rot away watching that crap. Get that TikTok brain. going down the fucking tubes too. All this goddamn AI shit on her.
I'm glad I'm not all up in all that stuff. I watch your YouTube channel every once in a while, but other than that, I don't get on it.
Hell yeah. Come on.
Yeah, being 13 was talking about his bird meter.
I'll tell him take that bullshit to Channel 19.
Huh? We're on 18.
Yeah, I'll take it to 19.
You got that channel.
Damn it!
18 and then it jumps to 20.
gonna stop me.
corn and I don't care.
Guess that's it.
I guess I went and got some water. Came back and it was quiet.
Well, I went and got me some big old glass ice water. I hate drinking this water, but damn it.
Fluoride. Don't drink the tap water.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit they put in that tap water.
Oh, I seen
recycled sewer water. Quebec.
They're boiling that lake water, trying to make it clean.
Hell yeah, they just dump it downstream, get some more water, and yeah, there's a lot of them places they dump that shit into the damn rivers. Oh, we've cleaned it, we've done this and that, but it's still shit water.
Still contaminated.
About that water stuff, I seen this shit here the other day. It's one of the water bottlers that makes the water bottles, shit like Walmart sells, all that. I forgot what state it's in, but they're telling them they need to cut back on their water usage. Taking too many bottles of water, gang. You need to cut back. I need all that water for the electric companies and the AI data centers.
We're in bids to have little nuclear plants all around. Little Chernobyls. Shut the door.
Take that far left lane when we get on 40, so we're going to be exiting to the left. We already in the hell line.
Winding up.
I don't hear no skip where I'm pointed at. I don't see none either.
It's not very strong. It's somebody out there hooping and hollering. Probably that Bermuda guy or whatever.
Had his Bermuda shorts on. Got the cicada killers out.
And them things scare me.
Hell, they said the males don't have a stinger, so they don't sting or nothing. But the females got a stinger. But they said they're more trying to find them one of them noisy ass motherfuckers. Said they're about 2 inches long. I ain't never seen one that big.
Big ass wasp. 7 o'clock, time to restart no more.